Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Play Dicely. Wow, so good to see you all. It's, well, anyway, my name is Teni Dicely. I'm going to be your game master for this evening. We're here to play some Dungeons & Dragons, but also today's a bit of a big day, as you can tell, because I'm wearing a hat and some sunglasses. But I'm not here alone, and in fact, I'm with people who are much better dressed than I am. Let's say hello to the cast and collection of friends that I usually play Dungeons & Dragons with. Hello to the lot of you.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh, love the hat.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
In fact, I'm mad that you sometimes just don't wear it. I feel like you should always be wearing it.
Yeah, agreed.
You look really cool with those sunglasses, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey, it's medieval. The most medieval. But I mean, the reason we all look great, and by our various definitions, is we're celebrating 2 years of this actual play. Hey, happy 2 years!
Oh,
That's awesome.
happy 2 years, team.
Nice.
Wow. It would be so magical if something else aligned with that 2-year anniversary, you know, like a significant episode number, but just things like that just don't happen in reality, I don't think, so.
Oh my gosh, would you look at the time? It's our 50th episode.
Whoa.
Wow.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
We've
What
been
a
playing
coincidence.
for a long time. Who knows how much
long enough?
longer we'll continue to play this campaign.
Another challenge,
Eventually.
baby.
Then he's like,
We'll get out of here somewhere or another.
Someday we may finish this story. Is it going to be this day? No! There are things to do. Let's see. So you might have noticed we're streaming on a Saturday. Happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. Kiss your mom. That'll be... we're probably going to get into a bit of... with the summer months coming up, we're probably going to get into some date shifting that's going to happen as people go on their vacations and people make use of the better weather coming about. So be prepared for some turbulent scheduling as we brace ourselves for that. I don't know if I have any further announcements from that. Yeah. Anybody have anything they want to say?
sup?
It's a brilliant honor to do this. 2 years so far. I can't wait for more.
To that I say sup.
Sup.
Sup?
Touche.
I suppose I can thank Timmy. Sup, Timmy. Hey, man. It's we've been doing this show for 2 years, and for a large stretch of it, we've been using your music there, old sport. So what I say to that is, cheers, my friend. Go to
What
his
is that
website,
glass, Ryan? Oh my
tabletopaudio.com,
god.
and you know, get his music, give him your money, and then you can rock out with Timmy's music, and your sessions will improve drastically. Here's to 50,
Cheers to
baby.
Timmy. Yeah.
Huzzah! I do
Cue
not have a
the
fancy cup.
Gatsby meme.
Ginger ale fancy?
Heather, were you drinking out of a shaker?
Can't believe you'd ask someone that. No, it's just a steel water bottle,
Okay.
and that's what I tell everyone.
When I specifically drink it within a frame that people cannot follow up and take a
Yeah.
look at what it is.
Yeah. Smart.
Well, with all the announcements out of the way, so happy to be here with you guys still. It's a lot of fun. It's been so much fun over these last 2 years. Would you like to continue playing some D&D?
I think I would.
I can
I
do
mean,
it for
just
another
pivot.
couple of years.
Enjoyable.
We could just pivot into Cthulhu right now.
Oh.
I'm dressed up and everything
You are?
as the keeper of arcane lore.
Well, then
You know
I
that
better
vibe about
recap. I better recap our previous session.
Yes,
Quickly
Dan, you
before
better.
he changes.
So, in our last session, the Seekers had finally made it to Small Keep, their keep that they'd been given by the Ascendancy so long ago. The party got to meet a bunch of the NPCs who are now under their employ, and also got the opportunity to look around at rooms and pick out which one that they wanted. But while they were doing so, Abe actually had memories kind of resurface from his past life as Pascalis the Brave, kind of brought on by this shield and banner that was left in one room. And so he claimed what had been his previous room from his old time in this keep. After getting those kind of things out of the way, all the logistics of setting everybody up in the keep, as well as hiring Monty Lesterin and Tyrone as important people within the keep, the party began to make use of their time back in civilization. Many of the Seekers sought to sell more of their loot, including the Iron Flask, and commission some upgrades for much of their gear. Azaria ended up making some potions and upgrading their armor and their focus. Gideon hired a D&R gunsmith to repurpose his musket. Draq put a down payment on some Ramoraz armor, and Nell gave Eckhart the go-ahead to dismantle her geode base to create valuable material that would bring in some more revenue, as well as to create a magical charm bracelet. Elowen sought more knowledge about spells that would bring about miracles and grant wishes, and brought Tyrone to help her source some more books to learn more about that. Nell also began to plan this big date for her in Naivara, and as part of that, hired 2 tutors from 2 of the different cities in the Ascendancy to speedrun a violin curriculum for her to learn how to play violin in hopes of impressing her crush. Draq and Abe spent some time fighting in the Prolium to earn some extra money and to keep their skills fresh, and Draq also arranged a meeting with his brother out in Fort Hale, far to the west. And in search of more knowledge of wishing spells, Elowen ended up paying a visit to Charity Cozybug in her wizard's tower. Charity told Elowen that her accelerated learning is a likely good indicator that she is on her way to obtaining the power she will need to be able to create this wish spell. But she also shared a deep secret with Elowen that Charity was in fact the hero known as Faye Applebutter, that some unfortunate accident had caused her soul to end up residing in the body of her then apprentice, the real Charity Cozybug. And Faye failed to return her body to her. A promise of secrecy and a plea for help, Elowen left that meeting with a reassurance of her potential, but also a weight of the sorrow of one of the party's greatest allies. And that brings us back to where we are now. Episode 50. All of you are currently at your keep, we'll say, and you've probably gone through about half of your downtime at this point, so about 15 days have passed with all this stuff. Gideon, your musket finished its repurposing, and you ended up going into the city, and you were presented with this interesting firearm, somewhat familiar from when your father gave it to you, but now affixed with a scope, some extra bits that allow it to reload in a different way, and a dial with the 3 gems that you had accumulated for that, for your elemental mesh, which has now since been also converted into a component of this gun.
Well, shit. I'm gonna whatever money is owed, I will owe. But actually, I think I've already done it. Yes, I have, because I have 60.
I think you've already paid.
Yeah, we broke. So we Gideon will thank Gus profusely. Will compliment his work, and he'll say, "You'll expect to see me again in the future when I have more money." And he'll be very much so on his way, and he will spend probably the rest of that day figuring out how this thing works, testing it at the range.
Nice. Now, you guys have been operating about half of your downtime without a very important role filled at your keep. Do you have NPCs in mind as to who you would like to hire as your... We've referred to them as Major Domo, but this the steward of your keep?
It's the master of the
Do you think
house.
Charity is up to anything?
She's probably not that busy.
I'm out
I
of
don't think she
NPCs,
has
guys.
anything important to do.
My family's dead or in a cult, and Monty's already hired, so...
Yeah, this isn't really in the scale of things I think anyone in my family would want to do, and everyone else I knew before all of you is pretty much dead.
I mean, I don't think Finn would want to, because he's not a responsibility guy. He probably has other things that he's being called to.
No, you keep me out of this. I'm just helping fix things, then I'm going home.
I just think you need to be in charge of everything. So if you could just do that.
You're not gonna like it as much as I'm not gonna like it.
Fair. What about that halfling mother?
God,
Yes!
no. Absolutely
Where's
not.
she at? Why is
Yeah,
she
let's go
acting
get her.
currently?
Yeah.
Can't take care of her own kid. How's she gonna run a house? And a whole ass keep full of
Yeah, I was
people.
gonna say this is more than a house.
Yeah, a whole ass keep.
Y'all wake up assassinated one day.
Yeah, for real.
I just feel like any NPC we'd know that would be trustworthy enough already has a job.
Yeah.
Papar.
Hmm.
Yeah, could go find you Lava. Hold on a minute. She might be good at this.
That's what I'm saying. She already has a job,
Yes,
though.
true.
yeah.
What about
So,
anyone from like the Prolium, Denny? Any of them seem cool?
Just hire vermin.
yeah, Berman.
What's the little kobold's name?
Rolo.
Rolo?
Rolo? I don't know if I trust him, to be honest.
Rolo's like
but
in school, isn't he?
Oh, I trust
Yeah,
him.
yeah,
I just-
school.
He is a
I
student.
trust him. Yeah.
He does owe us his life, so there's
Yeah.
that. But I don't think he's
True.
gonna do major domo things because he owes us his life.
I
They
mean, if
just like
Ito,
put a
if,
job posting out there, and
if Ito could leave Darokar,
Yeah, let me just call up my,
call up your boy
my friends
Ito.
from that live in the mountains that have never been to a big city and don't know what a keep is.
That'd do great.
But I mean, Kublai Grobo is clearly running the place.
Oh.
I mean,
Just
all he has
walks
to do is
around
point at things.
Summing
No one
people
would
up.
argue with him.
yeah.
Though that does remind me, Kublai bringing that up. For anybody out there watching, we've now got a new reward. If you got 15,000 points, we can immortalize you as one of the workers within the keep here. Just spend the points. Let us know what your job at the keep is. You could be one of the workers there.
Hurry up, someone be our stewardess.
Yeah, we need someone.
Who was doing it before?
Yeah.
There wasn't a steward because it was just Ascendancy, basically. But now it's you guys are in charge of this place.
Right. But the head of staff, Merwin,
Yeah,
assumedly she's been running it.
they've been like keeping it clean,
Okay.
but they haven't had to pay out everybody. The Ascendancy's been paying everybody out.
Right.
Who's somebody we've met
But-
that's been good with management?
Well, I mean, like as our
The-
The lion guy from the restaurant.
Oh my god!
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, let's get him.
Do we
Wasn't-
think
didn't
this is
he-
what he'd want to do and not run his restaurant?
He
I don't
likes
know if
to
it's still there.
manage.
I
It's
thought he
also true.
hated us also.
Yeah,
But
I'm
they
not sure we left a
vanished.
great impression.
Yeah.
Maybe if the
Breaking his restaurant wasn't a good impression. Weird.
maybe the
Jati?
captain of the guard from Varmhall wants like an easier job.
from Varmhall.
Farmhall or Valenbridge?
Valenbridge. Too many V names.
Let's get
That's
what's
true,
his
she was
name?
cool.
Let's get Parsival involved. You know, he ran a restaurant.
Yeah.
No.
I honestly was looking through my list of NPCs. I was like, oh, Parsival.
So, I mean, Azaria brought up a point of just kind of like putting up like a posting, like saying
Yeah.
that the keep was looking for hire.
We could run interviews.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that sounds fun.
All right.
Start there. Ask around
Yeah.
if we want.
Good idea as
So-
any.
At some point within the second half of this month, at a time that just so happens to have you all there, there is somebody who does apply, and their name is Mikolek Dolan. And when they put in their note, a lot of you actually recognize him. He is a silver dragonborn in a fancier kind of attire, and he thanks you for saving him in Valenbridge.
Yeah, we didn't pour the shit on him.
Yep.
Whoa!
Wait,
I've-
what? Who the
I-
fuck is this?
This is one of the people that was tied up during the bid.
Oh.
We didn't kill him.
Yeah.
Damn. Good for us, though.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, that person would be dead if Rhea did things.
Yeah. A 50-50 chance. I was
Half of
just
us
gonna-
did want to kill him.
I was like, just one of them, pour it on them.
We won't mention that during the interview.
My former experience, I was a perfume seller, but well, apparently not many people are in need of perfume, so I saw your posting, word had gotten around, and I figured this would be a good opportunity to kind of repay you. So I do hope still that there's payment.
Yes, you will be paid.
There's payment.
Also, you smell great, if that's any consolation.
Well, if you are in need of perfumes, I do have an excess of supplies that didn't sell, so
We would like set up a little gift shop here, and then people on their way out can buy scent of seekers.
Ooh. No, that's
we could work on
yeah.
it.
What does that smell like?
I mean, most of the time, gross.
Fear,
pretty
sweat,
awful.
Bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Bugs.
Big for
Fear, sweat,
yourself.
mayonnaise.
Oh.
Speak for yourself.
That's the nastiest thing you could have said. It's awful.
I got prestidigitation. I smell fine.
I think Kumla's got a great point in the chat, though. I really need Draq to let me know if this person is legit. I don't know how much I trust this situation.
Yeah,
The
go
only
ahead and
time
make
we've
an
ever met
insight
this
check.
person was in a
Sure.
bad scenario.
Denny, I'm gonna do something that I have wanted to do but forgot to tell you to do before. Can you roll it for me? So that I don't know what I roll?
Oh,
Ooh, that's so fun.
fascinating.
You're gonna add 9 to it.
I love that. That's really fun.
He seems genuinely grateful, like, as a person who's already been, like, a businessman, it seems like he's got a work ethic and, like, is just looking for some other way to put out his productivity, so to say.
I think you coming here is a great idea. And we're glad to have a familiar face at least, because we'd rather someone we know than a stranger, right, friends?
I'd say.
Yeah.
Well, I will do my best to ensure that the books remain proper and that everybody is kept as they need to be.
I'm satisfied.
I trust you, Draq.
What was this guy's name again?
Mikolek.
Mikolek?
Mikkelek. I'm going to throw that into the Roll20 chat.
So close every time.
Not even close at all.
I wrote down like Nicholas. So
Oh my god. I honestly couldn't have been further away from what you just wrote.
How far off was I? Oh god. Oh god, I gotta scroll far. Oh god. Oh, I could not have been more far.
a lot of K's in that name.
There's so many K's. I was gonna spell it like kind of like Michelin, like the Michelin name.
That's pretty good.
Mikalik.
Well,
All
you've at
respectable
least gotten
tries.
you've at least gotten the issue of getting a steward out of the way. I
Great.
do believe.
Can you add that to the current small keep staff, Denny?
I can.
I was
Or
going
you,
to say,
or
yeah,
do you
guys
mean
should be
in
able to
roll
edit
20?
that.
In roll
Yeah.
20. I can't edit it, but
Oh,
maybe
can
someone
we
else
edit
can.
it? Oh,
No.
there. You should now be able to edit it.
Let's go.
So he will count as one of your skilled hirelings.
Great.
And essentially, what his jobs are going to be is, if you guys require anything for the keep, or if any of the workers require things for the keep, he'll ensure that like those things are ordered in. He'll also ensure that If you guys like leave a treasury, he'll pay everyone out at the start of each month. You just have to be sure to leave him money to be able to do that.
Right. What's the title for Nikolai?
I already
Steward.
added it.
Steward. Oh, you did to the
Steward.
thing? Oh, Major Domo. Gotcha.
Yeah, Major Domo, Stuart.
Great.
Hey. And this is around the time of year where the trees begin to start going from green to yellow. Like we are beginning to move into fall, where the heat begins to come down and make way to slightly cooler breezes, and the beverages that people make tend to become a little bit warmer as they brace for colder weather. But still doesn't hurt to occasionally go to a tavern and have a cold drink and sit down for a nice meal. But you guys still have quite a few plans, I believe, so anybody want to jump in?
I'll start with something which is literally like whatever day it was that we were in Brulbar, when we're all back from that, I immediately just I'm like running around to everyone's doors, like knocking, like, keep meeting. That's a thing that we do now. Everyone, let's go. Quick.
Okay.
Where?
The meeting room.
We have a meeting room. Let's go.
Now
there.
like walks into the place with the jail cells. Nope. I don't know.
Let's just go to the study.
Sure. As I head over there, I like go to the brewery and like just grab a whole cask of ale and then like a couple bottles of wine and then like bring it into the study. Here we go. Put it on the table.
Oh, that kind of
Don't
meeting.
get
Okay.
it on my notes.
Oh, I would never. Literally, I would never. There's not a chance in the world I put it next to paper that could be written on. You crazy? Even if I'm flustered. Okay, team. So, Naivara's coming for dinner in like 10 days. So,
Go on.
Let's
What do you
wrap.
need?
I don't know. Ideas.
Assumedly?
Yes. At dinner, you eat, so food would be good. Gideon,
I
help.
got you covered.
Okay.
Someone want to... Actually, I will write this down to practice my comment anyways.
Oh. Perfect. Okay. So what if you went on a dinner with someone, what would you want to be there other than food, which we all already knew, and obviously.
And
Something to look at?
To look at?
Like entertainment.
That I have covered. I have an idea for that, yes.
I mean,
okay.
yeah, Naivara will be looking at Nell the whole time.
Hey, there you go.
I was going to suggest just the two of you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you want the rest of us there, especially if this is like, like it's still like what, your second date?
I don't know about that. I feel like if that's the thing, you gotta say it. You gotta.
No,
I
know
didn't
it's-
actually.
You actually often only know it's the first date in hindsight. Like you
No.
realize
What?
after the fact, yeah, it happens. You're like,
we all
oh, that
going on a date
actually
with Naivara?
was a date. Especially the more awkward you are. Not that you're,
Doesn't there have to be any sort of kind of like preconceived
There should be.
understanding?
But like,
'Cause then, like,
if things go well, I imagine that if you ask Naivara, when was your first date? Probably that last time that you were spending a lot of time alone.
That simply can't be right. I feel like people need to be very a lot more clear about those sorts of things. And now that's actually on me because I just said dinner and I didn't specify that maybe it's anything other than just like a friendly dinner. So
It's implied.
I wish things weren't implied. I wish things were just obvious. That would be very helpful.
That would make life easier, but
It certainly would. It'd make it a lot less interesting too.
By interesting, you mean
Uncomfortable?
fear? Yeah, fear-inducing.
Yeah.
That's right. But don't worry. I will prepare a meal for you two, and I will serve it properly. So I will play waiter that evening. Yeah, that'll be fine. You know
You need
what kind of wine
extra
she likes,
hands?
if anything like that, or
Do I know what?
wine of any kind? What are we going for here? Fancy? What's the vibe?
I don't actually know what she would like.
Okay,
I should have asked, probably, right?
That's okay. All right.
Wait,
tell you
who do
what-
I know? Who do I know that maybe like would know other than her mom? Ask her mom, right? That'd be crazy if I asked her mom what she likes to eat and stuff. No, I shouldn't. No.
Let's just
Charity
that would be
knows
crazy.
her. What if I had a meeting with Charity and I just was like, hey, curious what her favorite food is?
Do
Don't
you know
worry,
what
I
my
have you-
favorite food is?
I have it
Or
covered.
anyone else here? I think the chances of Charity knowing her favorite food is less than that.
I will prepare something. Don't worry. Dealer's choice. So I will figure something out for you. And I will have a perfect wine to pair with it, or a beer, or whatever it is. Either way, it's gonna be fine. I got you covered. Besides, when I talked to her at the church, I mentioned I would give her some Balesville recipes, perhaps to try. So I have I got my job laid out for me. So don't worry about it. You just worry about you.
I do constantly. So
Well, okay, well, actually, don't worry about you. Just be you.
What if you talk to
That's-
someone else at the church?
I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to figure this out.
thanks.
Gideon goes to the kitchen.
Sorry, are you supposed to talk to someone else at the church?
Maybe someone else at the church knows Naivara.
I mean,
Sure, she talks to other people, right?
presumably, but she's always sneaking out, so I don't know if. And this is like kind of like a major sneak out, and I don't think she would want me to be talking about that so much. Oh, Elwyn, may I ask a favor of you?
What is it?
I guess I haven't really set up like timing or anything, but I assume she would need to like go home like within reason. Would it be possible if we like teleported her back at
I
the
could
end?
I could set up a circle, yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Mhm.
Okay. Rhea, flowers?
I do you need help picking out like some flowers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
That seems like probably everything you want to hit, right? Right? Guys,
You're going to be
who else
fine.
has done this before? Sorry, what?
You're going to be fine. If she didn't like you, she wouldn't have come to dinner. Like if someone's inviting me to their keep or dinner, I'm not going to show up if I don't like that person.
Yeah.
I'm just
What you're
picturing
saying
like
makes sense.
the Beauty and the Beast scene where like everybody's trying to hype the Beast up for his date.
Oh my god.
Now, if you can give her a whole library, people like whole libraries.
I mean that's what I would want. I already have it now. Speaking of, I was thinking about if we wanted to like set aside a corner for you to stock with some romance novels for you. We could probably do that if that's something you wanted.
We've already got the beaded curtain up.
I don't know, I might just leave.
Okay, I mean, we've barely seen you in like 2 weeks, so that's fine. You're sick of us already. Go right ahead. Anyway, okay, I guess this is helpful. Thank you, everyone.
You want a recap?
Sure.
Okay, so food, Gideon. Entertainment, Nell. Something obvious, something fear-inducing. Vibe, question mark? Sneaky sneak, flowers, Rhea. That's what I got.
Why? Why dangerous?
No, something obvious.
Oh.
I was just writing what you were saying.
I think as a note taker, you have potential to only go up from where you are now. So
Well, thank you.
I think Nell just like literally runs out of the study.
You don't want the notes? Okay.
Over the first couple of weeks, now with Nell kind of having some sort of plan, Abe, you've begun to kind of accumulate the materials you need to kind of get your art corner set up. He's probably spent about 50 gold pieces of your cash to get a decent collection of paints and canvases and an area set up for you in your room. Or, I mean, if the rest of the Seekers let you, maybe you could set it up somewhere else.
Guess I'm only allowed to have quarters, so I'll set it up in my room.
Wherever you want, bud.
No, it's too late.
Okay.
You also spend some time with that shield and that banner that you had come across. Could you describe those at all? Like, what do they
Sure.
look like?
The banner is less something that would appear on, the rampart of a castle, more something that would be tied to the end of a lance. And it's this sort of maybe 3 foot long triangular shape. A black fabric faded by age with golden thread embroidering history, much of which we don't know because it was done before most of us were alive. It depicts great battles, great events, heroes, some of which Abe might recognize from having read a few of the knightly tales in the various books he's found. But by and large, it's something that these small little vignettes, the banner's quite crowded, depict, things that meant a lot to the people at that time as their mythology, their legend. At least that's about 2/3 of the banner. And then at that kind of 2/3 point, there's a very detailed depiction of an elven wizard, a dwarven paladin, and a human warrior standing shoulder to shoulder, facing out towards the emptiness of the rest of the banner, as at that time their story had not yet been written, and they had nothing to know what was going to cover that last section. The shield is a fairly simple looking kite shield, a metal backing with just simple wood, though despite its advanced age of several centuries, as Abe dusts away the grime over black paint, it looks as pristine as the day it was made. And in the center of the shield, in gold leaf, is a circle of vines and brambles and thorns on a black backdrop. And in the top, on the back side of the shield, the top left corner, engraved beautifully is the name the Guardian.
And in your time, kind of reminiscing on these items, you reclaim your attunement to the shield. And I don't believe the banner had an attunement requirement, but in any case, those items are returned to you. Was there anything else that Abe would have been doing during those first couple of weeks?
He would have, at some point, retroactively, he would have gone to Valenbridge, met up with good old Steve, and commissioned some new armor, and paid for it. And presumably it's already been made, actually.
Yeah, by
we
this
said 10
point.
days.
Yeah, so it ended up costing you about just over 2,000 gold pieces, 2,060. He said he would hire on somebody else to help him get it together within a 10-day. Also, your trip would be 40 gold pieces each way on the trainway.
Okay, so 2 trips would be 80? 160?
No, sorry, 40 one way and 40 back the other way. Oh, yeah, so I guess you took 2 trips.
Actually retrieve it.
Right. That makes sense.
Making me do math at my own house. Wow. The internet.
That's what we get together to do, Adam. We get together bi-weekly to do math.
That's true.
We played the Math Rocks game.
Yeah. Magic. Click, clack, rocks do math for me. Alright.
And I will make this available to you on Roll20 now.
Okay.
Right, that should be amongst your items.
Oh,
Yeah, you should
there it
already
is.
be able to see the other 2.
Yeah.
Sweet. So what kind of armor did you get made? What did your buddy Steven Tobrax put together for you?
He put together for me a very, I want to say magnificent, but it's like more practical. Abe's silhouette is much more kind of akin to like a Roman centurion now, or legionnaire now, whereas the scale mail he had was much bulkier, especially at the shoulders, and the armored skirt he had was very loud and very clunky and cumbersome. Now his armor is much more akin to what he looked like without any armor on, just sort of like a human shape. The shoulders are very square. The breastplate is embossed in the center with that same circle. There's no gold leaf or anything, but the circle of thorns and vines and brambles. Yeah, it looks much more stately, for lack of a better term. He looks much more like much nicer, and the armor itself is quite shiny, as it is mithril. And you notice that he doesn't make nearly as much noise just walking around. He's much quieter.
Fantastic. Now, did you have... Well, Steven would have helped you, remove the armor as it had been integrated into you, your other set. Did you want to have the set integrated as well?
Yes, yeah.
Very well. He does that free of charge.
Cool. And one thing I forgot to mention, there would be a strap over the right hand pauldron, just like a leather buckle basically, to hold a neatly folded but very beat up poncho.
Marvelous. So that catches us a bit up on Abe's expeditions during this time. Do you have anything more you'd like to add?
I was just painting up a storm.
All right. Until Abe is disturbed, he paints up a storm. Who's up next?
I'm just figuring out this meal.
I guess I would go and like pay off the rest of the armor once we make the sale for the rest of the base.
We can say that even before Nell, your bracelet is done, Eckhart sends you guys a courier saying that he's harvested the amount of material that is going to be kept. So he's willing to pay you for that now, but the bracelet's not done yet. And so,
yeah, so I
you
guess
guys,
we could collect.
Yeah, so between you guys, you get another 15,000. So 2,500 each. And it is Eckhart himself who's keeping the material and is straight up just paying for it.
Damn, dude's balling out.
Spend money to make money.
Respect.
A good business person.
Just to confirm, 2,500.
Yeah.
I think
Suddenly
when
have
we
so
collect
much money.
Yeah, when we collect on that, Nell just let the group know like, if there's anything anyone needs desperately still, like I'm happy to contribute some of that to it because like I got the bracelet out of this deal and I don't think there's anything else I'm going to need other than like potions and diamonds and other things for us. So just let me know.
Hopefully the Arcanet can supply us with all those things, so.
I'm hoping that they can help us at least get some diamonds with that IOU.
Mm-hmm. Very important.
Yeah, that's why I'll like send them a letter being like, as we're getting ready to head out, probably in, a few 10 days, if you could help us get some diamonds with that IOU.
As per my last email.
Your $35,000 IOU.
Yeah. But yeah, with that extra cash, unless you want to resolve the diamond thing first.
Sure, we might as well. So, let's see, how will we do it? Could I have... Oh, Zarya, since you're the one writing the letter, could I have you roll 3d10 for me?
Yeah, let me just check it. Oh, there it is. Okay, 10, 10, and 5? That seems good.
All right.
That's gotta be good, right?
That is quite good. They have 25,000 worth of diamonds. I'll let you guys decide how that's broken up, whether that's like, a 300 gold piece diamond, a 500 gold piece diamond, what have you, and in whatever form you need it to be.
Hot damn.
As someone who
Sorry.
does not use the diamonds, and I don't think we should blow all of our IOU on these diamonds.
No.
I
Yeah,
agree.
you can do up to 2,500.
Yeah. But I think I will leave this in Draq and Nell as the only people who are able to bring us up your capable hands.
Sounds good. Okay.
So that's 2,500 worth.
4,000.
Yeah. 2,500, sorry.
Okay.
Oh.
I think originally
Okay.
you said 1,000.
You
I was
did
like,
say 1,000, and I was
Okay.
I
Oops.
pooped my pants a little.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make
That's why
sense.
I said let's not blow our whole.
Yeah, I was like,
amount
wait a
on
second. Okay.
Sorry, 2,500. Getting
Oh.
my
that. Okay.
okay.
hundreds
that's
and
more
thousands
reasonable.
mixed up.
Zeros are hard.
Hundreds of thousands.
How many episodes are we at? 500?
500?
50,000.
We've been at this for 20 years?
Okay. Yeah. We can figure that out off screen. That's fine.
Sure, I'll make a note of that.
Yeah, apart from that letter, I think the only thing I'd do during this time is help Nell get a bouquet of flowers. If we're getting into, end of summer, beginning of fall, sunflowers would be in season. Like some sunflowers and maybe like some like violets, like blue ones that go with it. So kind of like complementary colors. And just get some like nice little white like filler flowers to just make it a little bigger and nicer.
Love that.
That's what I
don't know if
offered to
it's-
Nell. I was like, if Nell has another idea of what they want.
I mean, sunflowers are my favorite, so I don't know if that's like passe or something, but I don't know what hers are, so I think this is fine.
I also went with them because they don't like people aren't allergic. So if she has a pollen allergy, it won't ruin your
Yeah.
date.
That would be embarrassing. Thank you. I appreciate you being so thoughtful on my behalf. So
You got this. And I'm like, put a hand.
start weeping.
Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. Just like give Nell a hug.
This is really stressful. Thank you so much.
You got this. And like, you're an awesome person. Like, Naivara's lucky to have someone like you interested in that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And I make sure that this date doesn't get in the way of all that studying and papers that you have to write.
I literally I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, I just pull out like a huge like first draft for you, like way longer than it reasonably should be for like everything that we saw. And I'm like, if you have a chance, if you wanted to just read this over, it's a rough draft, so you know it might be a little rough, but like in reading it, like it is like perfect in terms of like grammatical and like everything else. I'm like, yeah, it's so rough. I just scribbles basically. Here you go.
I look forward to reading through this, and I think that becomes the rest of my downtime is heading through this tome. I'm probably like making notes of like, I don't really think they needed to know that we slept in 3 different corners of a diamond-shaped room because it was tilted, and we couldn't all have brooding corners.
I think it's like context, helps kind of whatever.
Does Nell take critique well?
Nope. I'm like, that's an interesting question. Probably not.
Oh boy.
I think it wouldn't be like if Rhea gave me notes, I would not like react poorly in front of them, but later in my private quarters, I'd be like, fucking stupid, like come on, get it together. So.
Marvelous. Elowen, can I have you roll a d6 for me?
Sure can. 1. That's a good roll.
During your time going through these books that you and Tyrone have collected from your trip to Brulbar, you're searching for more stories and kind of sources about wish spells and ways to bring about miracles. And a lot of these result in reading kind of excerpts and tales of the stories of other wizards who've tried to transcend beyond the normal capabilities of the mortal experience. And one of these tales is a story of a wizard who was living out in the scorching sands near the city of a place that was once known as Ganalan. And the people would pester this wizard for deeds and favors and remedies, and they just so desired to be left alone. And over the years of trying to ensure his isolation, he eventually came into the power to make that happen, and created a mountain range between himself and Ganalan, so that completely cut himself off and cut the peninsula that he lived on in half, east and west. But the downside of this was that the magic of doing so, tapping into a wish, basically ravaged him, and he never lived to enjoy his solitude. And that is one of such many tales of the wish spell. Right, who's next?
I will go and pay off the rest of the debt for the armor.
Which I believe you'd paid 500, correct? Previously?
I paid 400, and I have written
400.
down that I owe 5,040.
All right, excellent.
So I will spend the majority of the rest of my money on that.
Let's see, I'm just trying to find how long we said it was going to take. It was 20 days for you, right?
Yes, 20 days to build. So yeah, I pop by, see how they're doing, say, I have the rest of the money.
All
I
right,
have to have
great.
a big ass chest on their table.
Yeah, and the goblin Olzai, who had helped you last time, is like, okay, great. We'll ensure that that armor gets done for you.
Do I believe them?
Make an insight check, or I can
Make
do
an
it.
insight check, Denny.
Yeah, you absolutely believe them. Like it's like they said it weird, but you think that just might be them.
Okay. Great. Can I see the progress so far, or is it like behind closed
of course.
doors? Okay.
No, come. And they bring you into kind of actually outside the main square palisade that is this building. They bring you to like a shack to the side of that, and inside it's quite a pungent smell. The process of tanning hides and whatnot is, well, I mean, you're kind of familiar with that, but it never really gets more pleasant. But you can see that there is this plate armor that is underway, and it's kind of like a white armor with like blue fade in it and like some spikes, and it leaves some reminiscence of that insect-like body that you had once killed.
Draq runs over and like almost like puts his hands all over it, but then stops at the last moment. He's like, "Oh, sorry, just very excited. This looks amazing."
A dwarf that's in this in this workshop is like,
Oh yeah, you take it easy.
Sorry,
Got
sir. You're doing a great job.
I think you're the one who's ordered this, yeah?
Yes. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it. Probably sell it, but we'll see.
Well, yeah, I mean, with how much you paid for it, you probably have a good idea how much you could resell it for, so, well, I mean, it's gonna have a pretty nice, protective capability to it, too, based on, the kind of creature that this was, so
Indeed.
either way, it's gonna bring you happiness, I'm sure.
In one way or another. Well, thank you so much. I look forward to picking it up when it's done.
All right, and if you come in here again, please don't run at my product.
Of course. Goodbye.
Yeah.
and Ozai brings you back to the main building. He's like, is there anything else I can help you with?
No, you've been great. Thanks.
All right.
Yet.
Take care. All right. Gideon, how's therapy been going?
I think I rolled for this off screen, so I think it's been going pretty well. Through his sort of like talks with Dr. Voss, he's sort of been told that like he spent a lot of the time initially talking about his friends and how great they are. He was avoiding talking about himself. So basically Voss eventually gets him on topic, and he starts talking about his stuff and everything he's been through, and sort of Voss absorbs it and sort of has like the, you know, apart from the whole event thing, you've had a very traumatic life, and it's like a sort of situation, and then Gideon sort of lets him know like he's going to be traveling again with the people soon. So he says, well, you have like these great friends who you told me about at the start of this, like there's clearly a lot that you admire about them, so maybe you should like talk to them about like,
Yeah.
You know-
have you been certain to communicate with them how important they are to you?
stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, Doc. Yeah, that sounds like a great plan. Yeah, and it's just stuff like that. Like he's sort of set Gideon up to ask people questions when he has it shot. Perhaps on the next trek, when the time is right, he'll just come up to one of y'all and start talking to you about stuff. So it's just that sort of thing. Sort of look at the people in your life that you admire and try to figure out what they're doing right and try to apply it to yourself because you hold them in such high regard, sort of deal. And perhaps, again, long-lived people, they probably have some experience that can help you as well deal with things that you've been through, because they've probably been through a lot as well, and stuff like that. So yeah, a whole bunch of good stuff. Everything's going great for the boy.
All right. Well, is there anybody who would like to take the scene at the moment?
No. Next time I'm talking about this meal, baby. That's it.
All right. Elwyn, so aside from reading, is there anything else that you've been up to during these days?
I feel like we did most of what I wanted to do in the last session. The only other thing is I would like to have lunch with Balloon and maybe meet his partner, I guess. We're planning dates here. I'll go on a date over there. It'll be fun. It's gonna be really fun for me. Having a good time. All the wizards die. Everyone's going on dates. I'm having a good time.
All right. So you end up because originally you told Valoon you didn't want, you would rather have just the lunch one-on-one.
Yeah. I mean, we're here for like a month. We could do multiple lunches. I would love to just have a lunch with him and just be like, tell me about your life. And then maybe the next time, his stupid partner.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, you guys end up getting together at cafes in Brulbar, and tells you more about himself. You guys share stories. He talks about how he used to be part of a boating team when he was in the Wilder in his younger years. It's like they have these strange oh dear, what do you call those, water walker bugs? There's a name for them and I can't remember what it is, but essentially they have they're these giant insects with 4 legs that allow them to stand on the water, like water skiers kind of, and they just race across the top of the water. And he used to be really good at that, but he thought it was a bit pretentious, so he kind of gave it up after winning a few tournaments.
That's impressive. I remember seeing people doing that in my time in Lodathram.
Yeah, I mean, with the different refugee spots that were kind of set up, it just felt a bit self-indulgent to be doing stuff like that. And because I'd visited friends closer to those communities, and it just seeing what everyone was kind of going through in these cramped places just made me feel really privileged.
That's where your mother and I lived. Originally.
Yeah.
She didn't live there very long, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. But yeah, no, they it must have not been very easy. What was that like?
I mean, it was small, but we made it work. Your grandmother and I. She always kept the place lively with her plants.
You liked plants too, eh?
She was very good at gardening. I never quite inherited it, but she was very good.
Maybe that's where I got it. Mom's not like that either. Well, yeah. Anyway, the two of you have your lunch, and the second time around, he brings his partner. He's a youngish elven man named Alwyn. And, he's kind of a balance to Valoon's more inward nature. Like, this fellow likes to talk a bit more and seems to, like, be asking you both questions to kind of open you up. It's almost like somebody has kind of, like, been observing a situation and has been like, okay, I need to help yourselves. Like, this person is a bit more forward.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you like him or not, well, I'll leave that up to you.
He sounds lovely.
Well, yeah. See, you guys have your lunch dates. Is there anything else you wanted to do during those times you were in the city?
No, I don't think so. I think Elowen is still spending quite a bit of her time reading, locked away. I think you either see Elowen and she looks exhausted, or you don't see Elowen and she's been locked in her study all day.
All right. Pick one or two.
Two?
Another of these wizard stories that you come across.
Yeah. Tell me more.
There had once been a young mage apprentice who desired to become a powerful enchanter. And one day this youthful magic user had a dream where a devil came to them in their sleep and told them that their desires could be real. And of course, it would come with a cost. The mage would have to amass a following for this devil in the world, and they had this beautiful ring to help them achieve this goal. And the devil gave this mage this ring, and when they woke up, there it was on their nightstand. Now, they realized that the easiest way to fulfill their promise to the devil was to use the gift that they'd been given. But they decided to use it on themselves first. It had 3 wishes in it, so what harm could there be? There just had to be one that they needed to save for the devil's follower. And they wished to become a more powerful wizard. With the first wish gone, the world shudders as it shifted and the lay focused itself onto the enchanter and imbued him with more power than he'd ever experienced. And the possibility of excitement welled up within them. Then they wished for a great nation that they could rule over for eternity, and the second wish expanded. There now existed an island nation in the world that awaited their ruler, eternally faithful to the enchanter. Metazan continued to strain against these demands, but yielded to the will of this universal bending. Now, certain that they'd accumulated enough power where they could basically do whatever they wanted now, as being a powerful wizard and a ruler of a nation, this last wish could definitely be used for the devil. And the ring deemed that the enchanter had wished enough. It would no longer press against the rules of existence, and so no third wish conjured up this following for the devil. The enchanter ruled over their nation with the looming fear that one day that devil would be certain to come and expect their payment for that ring. If only they had made sure to fulfill their bargain first. Sometimes the cosmos decides that one has wished enough. That being, those who learn to do this and do it, very well may have that right stripped from them. All right.
Neat. At least we didn't die this time, so.
Wow, that's these are fascinating. I'm really glad we're going through these. I don't know if I'll ever get to that level.
Yeah, kind of feels like you maybe don't want to.
I would wish to be able to count faster.
I think you can't just find Tiran.
Very well, I will accept the compliment. Draq, when were you planning on following up with Boz?
I mean, whenever there's an opportunity for multiple of us to go to Valenbridge. Because I would like to bring a buddy with me, and I think that buddy's going to be Abe. But I know Nell also has a reason to go to Valenbridge at some point.
Right. Technically, during the last episode, we did Nell's trip to Valenbridge, so we could probably count your trip in as part of that one.
Cool. Timey-wimey, baby.
Timey-wimey indeed. So, Abe, Draq, and Nell. And also, I should say that the trainway doesn't go directly to Fort Hale.
I know.
What you'll have
We'd
to
have
do...
to trek from there.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's about 3 days walking or a day and a half on horseback.
Yeah, I think I'd probably charter like a carriage or something to take us there.
Nice, living
We're on
fancy.
vacation. So, however much that costs, I will pay for it all. Because you said it was 40 down
Yeah.
to Valenbridge. Okay.
And panic as
So-
I suddenly have to look up the carriage rates.
Yeah, I'm making you do math now, boyo. So I'll pay for Abe and myself. So that'd be 160, right? There and back for 2 people, yeah.
Yep. And your carriage ride is going to be 14 gold and 4 silver.
That's
Both
for
ways.
both ways. Cool. Great. Oh, perfect. I had 4 silver left.
Isn't it wonderful when a plan comes together?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So, as part of that trek down with Nell to Valenbridge, you and Abe and Nell make your way on the trainway, head down to the City of the Arts. You see the beautiful Bardic College up on its hill, and Nell makes her way there. Draq, you and Abe make your way, charter a carriage, and you traverse through a portion of the landscape that you haven't quite seen yet. It's not incredibly different from much of the rest of Meadow's Basket, but there are some predominantly hilly areas in this area. But as you make your way further west, it turns... the skies kind of cloud over a bit more. The scent of sea breeze makes its way to your nostrils. Similar to when the lot of you had made your way to Ganry. So there's also a notable scent of smoke and industry here as well. As a lot of smithers, boat makers also reside in what you see is more of a kind of like a city has built itself up here, but hasn't really tried to cover up the fact that it had once been ruined. That this place had once been attacked and is now repurposed. It seems that the people who've rebuilt this place didn't really deem it that the aesthetic was that important. It's very practical. It's got a wall around the city, a stone wall, where some portions of it are kind of still broken down, but not all the way to the ground.
Cool.
And the carriage brings you into this town that is mostly single-story houses, wooden, with pitched roofs and dark wood, stained by the mists of the sea. But closer toward the water, a mostly still intact tower and small fort that you guys deem, asking around, is where the cleansing breath operates.
On the carriage ride, Draq would have just been like rehearsing with Abe, just like asking questions to Abe as if he is Boz and just like trying to like get himself into a groove of talking because he's very nervous.
Understandably so. Unfortunately, Adam did say he had to dip at some point, so
Unfortunate timing.
we'll kind of return to this when he is able to come back.
Yeah.
Gideon, question for you.
Answer?
Were you planning at all to have any other work commissioned now that you've got money again?
I could definitely do that. How much money do I got?
Well, I mean, you just got 2,500 from the selling of the material.
Okay. It's like 2,560. What can I get for 2,500?
As a reminder, if there's anything that's like really important to you to get, Nell did make an offer to like help put money towards anything like that for the group.
Okay.
I can also put money towards things if you need it.
Same.
I might put some money towards some sort of like weapon-wise. Some more. Well, sorry, not some more. I didn't have any before, but perhaps some like little bombs, little like utility bombs of some kind. So like perhaps like an explosive grenade or like a flash grenade. I don't know. Some cool utility bombs. Smoke bomb.
It is possible. Depends on how many you'd want. But the rate you're looking at, it'd probably be about 125 gold pieces for a smoke bomb, and about 150 for a fire bomb, and 200 for a fragmentation bomb.
I got $2,500 dues. So we're gonna. Okay, sorry, you're gonna have to run down those prices again in a minute because I'm probably gonna get one of each. Sorry, it was 200, 150, and 125.
125 for smoke, 150 for fire, 200 for frag.
Cool. So minus 475. Okay. Yeah. Wonderful. I'll get one of each. And then that leaves me with like $2,000. I'll go to Gus again. And I'll be like, hey guys, could you would it be possible to just build a functional pistol that's a little bit smaller than the one I have now? I'm going to take it over to Eckhart and see if he can also enchant it, maybe with that spell that makes everything quiet. We have something like that back at the keep we got, so maybe it can be like a quiet gun.
Yeah. Do you have a timeline for this one?
No, but sooner the better.
If I bring on a couple of helpers, I can have it done in a 10-day. I'll correspond with your buddy there again.
Seeing as though I know him now.
Very well. Yeah, you give me a price, I'll see if I can pay it now. If I can't afford it, I'll come back to you another time, my friend.
All right. Ooh. So, so your cost on this is going to be 1,665 gold pieces.
I can afford that. I afford it. I proceed to afford all over it. So I'm going to I'm gonna pay the man his money and begin construction of this silent gun.
All right, fantastic. So this is going to be a +1 stealth pistol that you're building.
Very good. So that price again was 16 what?
1665.
1665. Cool, leaves me with 420. Very good. Hooray!
I have
I
also
had a
sent
calculator
you
for that one.
on Facebook what your bombs do.
Yay! I love bombs. Wicked.
Don't take that out of context.
True. FBI in D&D.
It's all imaginary. Right, gang?
Don't mind me, I'm just typing away.
Right. So, going back to Fort Hale. So, Abe, I don't know if you heard, but Draq was rehearsing some of his, what he was going to say to his brother with you during the carriage
I did
ride.
not. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Okay, so Baz makes me very nervous. I don't know if we can trust him, if we can't. I'm not sure what to tell him, how to go about this, which is why I brought you along, because you are the stalwart heart. You keep us grounded, and I need a grounding voice right now to keep me on the level playing field, so to speak. So, how do you think we should approach this? Should I tell him everything? Should I try to gauge where he's at?
Well, he wants to clear the air, right? He wants to.
It seems that way.
So, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with feeling out the situation. If he just wants to talk to us, talk to you, then we can just let him talk and see where that takes us. I imagine we'll be able to get a pretty strong sense of where he stands in all of this fairly early. I mean, you and I are both able to read people fairly well, you especially, so I think if it feels right to tell him some of the stuff we've learned, then we tell him. But we also don't have to. This can be the first of many meetings.
That's a very good point.
All we have to do today is touch base. I want him to say sorry to you. I don't think that'll happen. But
I appreciate the thought. Okay. That's a good point. This isn't the first and last meeting we're going to have ever.
no. I mean, we're here for another couple of 10 days, so
True.
I mean, it's
Train's
not,
a little expensive, but you know, it
Oh.
beats walking.
yeah. It's a little mini vacation from our longer vacation.
Indeed. Okay. Thank you. I'm very glad I brought you along.
I'm glad to be here.
It's been nice spending more time together over these past few weeks.
It's also
Fighting at the Prolium felt good.
It was good to not fight for our lives.
Right? Just for fun, for sport. Alright. I'm feeling as confident as I think I can be, so let's go say hi.
Do you, before we go, and I should probably ask Baz this as well, do you want me to be in the room
Yes, very much yes.
Okay. If
I-
Baz doesn't want me in the room, will you be okay with that?
I will. I mean, there may be parts of the conversation that should just be brother to brother, but I think for the most part, you're just as much a brother to me as he is. If not by blood, then by bond.
That means a lot, Draq.
Well, you mean a lot.
Well, we should probably go in before I have an emotional breakdown.
Okay. Yeah, there's no space to really brood in this carriage, so
No, I'm quite upset about it.
I'm sorry, it was the best one I could find.
No, it's very nice. I just, brooding is special to me.
Among other things. Anyways, let's go.
The two of you step out into the city town that is Fort Hale. It's almost like this place is constantly assaulted by mist. So many of the houses are just slick with constant moisture, and the ground almost seems to never be able to fully solidify. So there's almost a little give in the dirt trails through this town. But you've spotted where you need to go, to the fort that this place is named for, Fort Hale. A cylindrical tower attached to a smaller fort. Not
Is it about,
nearly
like,
as grand
the
as your
same?
guys's.
Yeah, I was gonna say, compared to a small cube. Then, do you think you could turn the music down slightly?
Sure.
Thank you.
Where did I put the music?
Just find it. I can hear it right now.
All right. And the two of you make your way to the fort. You recognize a lot of the Dragonborn members of this faction with their pretty uniform, like chainmail attire. Some of them wear tabards that display the shield and wavy lines that represent the faction. Some of them have it emblazoned on shields that they keep nearby. But for the most part, it's a very... like, these warriors are waiting for a purpose. Like, these are people here, these are mercenaries. Now, they are waiting for their next job. They are kind of enjoying their time while they got it, but in the air there is a knowing of, at some point, somebody's going to ask me to get up and do something.
Oh, I would have messaged Boz saying that we're on our way.
And that's good.
Yeah, not just pop in unannounced.
When did you message him? Did you message him that day to be like, we're coming soon?
No, it would have been before we left from Brulbar.
Okay. Yeah. So by the time you guys get to the fort, somebody is waiting kind of around the gate for, keeping an eye out. And as the two of you approach, do you have an appointment?
Yes, I am Rakul Verdrish, Istasi to Bazul.
All right, yeah, the Dogwam is aware of your coming. Follow me.
Wait, what?
And he leads you through the fort, which is very traditional castle feeling. Like, a lot of this is just stonework, stone stairs, no railing, up into the tower. And takes you all the way up to the top, where there's a door, and he gives it a rap.
What was the title you gave him?
Dagwam. D-A-G... Oh dear, hold on.
Is it draconic for something?
D-A-G-U-A-M. Yes, it means barrier.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Thanks, Jagger
Thank you.
Jack, for the happy anniversary.
Oh, thanks, Pops.
But yes, so this guy raps on the door. Your appointment is here. And he turns back to the two of you. Go on in. I will be stationed down the stairs.
Thank you.
And he walks past you guys. And you open this wooden door. And inside, it's kind of officey. It is decorated with, kind of feels like a hunter's room in a way. Like there's fur carpet on the floor that doesn't fully cover the place, mind you. There are some basic wooden chairs set up in front of a table that looks like it wasn't originally meant to be somebody's main office desk. But there are medals on the table, there are papers, there's like a sword, a dagger, and then leaning against one wall you recognize the formidable dragon glass greatsword that belongs to the person sitting opposite of the table. Staring up at you with a slight smile, your brother Bazul.
Estás.
Estasi. And he gets up from the table and comes around and gently gives you a hug.
Gently back.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. How does he look?
He's running through a lot of emotions. He does not quite. He's not quite equipped to fully process emotions as well as you are. So he's like trying not to cry, trying to keep his composure, but also like choking a little bit.
And then
But these are
physically,
like-
how does he look?
Oh, physically, he looks fine. There might be a little bit of almost like a burn on his neck, but otherwise, pretty fine. He says,
You look.
sorry, you can have a seat if you'd like.
Thank you.
In
Do you
the,
remember my friend Abe?
I was about to say hello.
It's good to see you again, Baz.
It's something, that's for sure. I don't mean that to be offensive, but it's tense, awkward, little strange, I suppose. But you may have a seat too. And he
Sit down.
walks back around the table, sits down in his chair, which is only slightly fancier than the ones you guys are sitting in. Like, his has arms.
Your office is very impressive.
Well, I mean, after they promoted me to the Dagwam, I'm top of the tower now.
It's a fun title.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to represent, protecting the people. We are the barrier from the dangers beyond.
It's
Yes.
good. It's a noble title to have.
And I am honored to possess it. I intend to do right while I sit in this seat. But yes, how are things?
Well, we've just returned from quite the adventure. We have our keep and near Brulbar as the heroes of the realm or something like that. It's still weird to say.
No, that's you?
That's us.
I'd heard floatings of some big group that got formed. That's impressive.
Look at the Virdrish boys. Who would have thought?
Going out and making names.
Indeed. But
Have
we have quite a bit of time on our hands as we're waiting for the learned circle to figure their stuff out.
As most people are.
Indeed. So, I figured now is as good a time as any to catch up and talk about things that we really need to talk about.
All right. What have you got for me? Don't play on my guilt too much.
We'll try not to, brother. When I went back home, there was a lot that was learned. A lot that
you went home?
Yes. I saw mother, I saw father.
And how are they?
They're fine. They miss you. They were very happy to have one brother home. Or one son, rather.
All right. I'm glad to hear that.
Sorry, trying not to play on your guilt. My friends got to experience Darokarth. It was nice to have people to share it with outside of those that we know and love.
He turns to Abe, and what did you think of Darokarth?
It was a beautiful place. I haven't seen much of the world, but it was definitely one of the best places I have been so far.
Well, you and me both. I have also not gotten to see much, but that place is special.
Abe painted a beautiful picture of our home and gave it to Mother.
I wouldn't have begged you for an artist.
Neither did I, but it's sort of become a fast hobby.
Very skilled with the brush, this one.
In my recent time, I've and he pulls up from like underneath the table like a half-finished like block of wood that's been whittled away into like a bear. I've taken up some hobbies myself.
Oz, that's so good.
Well, I mean, it's still a work in progress, but
It looks done to me. That's incredible.
well, I mean, I get very little time to myself, so when I do, I'm putting it towards this to kind of keep my mind quiet.
It's good. I'm glad that you have something to do with your hands outside of swinging a big sword.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's also not that often I do get to swing a big sword, so might as well swing a little one.
Indeed. All right, so we went home, and we have been pursuing some things that are that have the world hanging in the balance.
Okay.
I know I'm sure there's lots of talk about the world is going to end, blah blah blah, but this is actually real.
I am
And
aware.
in that, okay. And in that journey, we learned something very world-shattering about our faith. Ishtak is... How do I put this? Not what we thought they were.
Okay, and what does that mean?
So Vishtak split themselves into 5 creatures, 5 dragons. And I will explain that portion of the mythos.
All right, so if this is the case, what does that leave us?
Well, We met one of them. They're not just gods behind the veil watching over us from above. They are here in our world.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
I have disadvantage.
Do you have inspiration though?
Oh, that's a good point. Nope.
Can I give you mine?
Nope.
Can he help me?
Can I look really inspiring in this moment?
All right. Well, Abe, if you were to help him, what would you do?
Kumbalai gave me guidance. Let's go, Kumbalai.
Yep, I'm seeing that. There is guidance in the chat. You'll get to add D4 at least.
I guess maybe I would just be, as he was explaining it, I don't know if this will count or not, but as he was explaining things, I would like chip in to reinforce his points, to, multiple voices saying the same thing. Sounds more convincing, corroborating the story. It's not a story, but it's real, it's fact, damn it.
Now, I'll ask you a follow-up question. Do you think Abe really would have said anything during that?
I hate you. No.
All right, Draq. Disadvantage, you at least get a D4.
Okay, I'm gonna roll the D4 first.
Okay, roll the 2. D4. There. Oh, I was like, what is there?
Or that's an 18, baby.
He sits with what you say for a second. So, what does that mean for what does that mean for when we pass on?
I didn't really get a straight answer, but it seems like there is still a place for us. I'm not... Learning this did not shatter my entire reality, though it did change it. Vishtak is less a deity and more a symbol of what we believe in, the balance. They split themselves into 5 so they could better hold that balance. They could not do it as one thing, as one being. It's just like Armash would say, can't do it alone. Through strength together.
I'll admit that this kind of shakes me.
I thought it might.
So, and the last time we'd been together, you did mention balance and whatnot then too, which of course I'm also out here trying to seek. What are your next steps in regards to that?
Well, to answer your question, the part of Ishtak that we met, their name is Huyan. And they told me that they are the one who gives us the prophecies that we put in the Hall of Stories. They have reached out to many a Derokarthian with words of guidance, words of hope. things that we have brought into our culture, our lives. They are the ones who brought our people to Darokarthbas to save us from what was to come. The desolation.
Can I have you make another persuasion check?
So I succeeded on that last roll, correct?
Yeah.
I no longer have disadvantage with Baz.
Correct.
Okay.
For anybody out there who's wondering about this is because of a flaw that Draq has.
All right. Here I go. 10.
I mean,
I know it sounds
doesn't
crazy.
it? Well, what it sounds like is pretty convenient. When I would have to make a case to see this for myself, but to credit for the work of what seems like a deity, that's a pretty quick way to make one's trip into a seat of power, isn't it?
I would not consider them hungry for power, though. They're kind. They're very nice to talk to. They're just like you and I. They just look a little bit different and are a dragon.
Well, I'll have you know that a rose is also very nice to talk to, but once you get close, it bites.
I don't know if that's a fair comparison for Huion. Especially because they have talked to you before. They told me about this prophecy.
He turns to Abe. Could I ask you to step outside for a moment?
I look to Draq.
It's okay, Abe. I'll be fine. Thank you.
I will nod at them both and leave.
What? What were you told that I was told?
Well, Huion, they have a bit of future sight or something like that. And the prophecies that they hand down are things to help us to look for, but the one that you were given, it went something like this. One brother will restore the balance. The other will be his rival. Huion said he gave that to you. And I do not want you to be angry or offended, but Huion said he got the wrong brother.
So what do you make of this?
Well, prophecy, I don't know if I really believe in it. Because so far on my journey, everything that we've done to help the world has been of our own making, not because someone said we were going to do it.
Then what do you believe in, Draq?
I believe in the people around me. I believe in the balance of the cosmos. And I believe in you, Buzz. I don't think either of us will be a rival to each other if we can help ourselves. We can make our own fate.
I don't like that the last couple of times that we've gotten together that things get tense.
I know. I don't like it either.
He gets up from his seat again and comes around the table and gestures you to stand up.
Okay.
And he just gets you in his arms for a hug. And while he's hugging you, he says, and so I think it might be best that we try and stay out of each other's way then. Just avoid each other entirely. Because I think there is weight to the words of the cosmos that have been shared with me. If it's not you, it's me, and if it's not me, it's you. We believe in balance after all, and we are two brothers. Do you not see the poeticness in that?
Of course I do, but Buzz, we can face it together.
Don't be so naive. What if one of us ends up killing the other? Just because of some divine accident.
Then let's prevent that.
And that's what I am trying to do.
But we can do
I
that
love you,
without...
brother. I love you, Istasi, but I don't think you should be anywhere around me anymore.
Buzz, no, I don't want this. I want to work with you. I want to help.
I've been out here for, 2 years almost now. I've been fine. I'm making a difference, and it sounds like you are too, so.
Fine is just fine, though. You can
It's
be
better than
fine.
dead.
There's
Okay.
not just those two options.
You still have
We
that
can-
ring I gave you.
Hold up my hand.
Then I'll be with you, but that ring is not going to kill you. And I very well could.
Buzz, you know I don't want this. You can't want this either.
I don't, but you should go. I'm sorry.
I'm going to fight this.
I know. Of course. Goodbye, Istasi. Baron! And Abe, you hear Boz's voice call out, and the guard further down the stairs makes their way up and opens the door. Could you escort our guests out of the keep, please? Yes, Dagwan. All right. If you would follow me.
Starts to make his way out of the room. And then we'll turn back to Boz and just say, this isn't the last you're going to see of me, and I'm going to make sure that we are stronger together than apart. And he leaves.
The last thing you see of your brother is him seated in his chair once again as he brings his face down into his hands. The door closes behind you. The guard brings the two of you down back to the main entrance of this keep. And, well on your way.
Thank you.
And as the two of you leave the keep, a light rain begins to fall. The almost already muddy ground becomes slick and pock-filled with puddles, showing the reflection of a sky that also seems to be crying. And that's where we're going to take our break. All right. How are you guys?
Keep
Woof.
nervous peeing.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for being here. Again, this is our 50th episode and also 2 years of Play Dicely, so we super appreciate you being here, and I am just here to send you on tonal roller coasters and changing the beat and the mood in just the quickest of ways to give you whiplash. Thank you everybody
Doing a great
so much. We'll be back here in a few. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back from the break.
Why did the music just get so scary though?
Because where we left off,
Hello, everyone.
the
The
month
carriage has been
of-
set upon by 10 bullets.
as the month passes on and the air becomes cooler and the leaves begin to crisp even further, the end of the month brings Thin Veil, a celebratory event where many individuals within the Ascendancy reflect on those who'd passed in that year. And often, quite a few people might even go and seek out the service of people who claim to be psychics or mediums, or those who could speak with the dead. It doesn't have a huge bearing, mind you, on much of Ascendancy life, but there are many people will get into attire that is darker and more somber to kind of match the mood of that occasion. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a spooky time. So let's return to our normal music and return to visit
Oh my
our
gosh.
seekers at the keep.
Okay.
Sure.
Anything to put you guys on edge.
Yeah.
Literally, you don't even have to try that hard. I'm already on edge all the time. Yeah.
I am curious, Azaria, what is the state of your appearance now that the fall season is beginning to come in?
Yeah, as we're getting into fall, you know, like people with long hair, anyone who's lived with me knows that I just shed like crazy. Yeah, Zaria's doing that right now. It's just like everywhere there walk, there are just like flowers that have dropped and stuff. There's like the leaves at the edges of the flowers and stuff have turned like oranges and reds and stuff, and they're falling out. The vines that are their hair, some of the older ones also like fall out and stuff, and the younger ones start to like curl up, so their hair actually, like, as fall keeps progressing, gets like shorter as the like plants that reside in their hair are like conserving energy and stuff and like getting ready for winter. Yeah. I'm like
Arthas.
raking my own mess.
Yeah, some of the staff are like, sorry, like, as you're like, you know, going about your life, you notice out of the corner of your eye every so often that you'll catch like one of the like the cleaners in the keep just like following you around a corner with like a broom, like in the corner of your eye. They're like, oh.
I just like, it's fine. I know.
Are you giving
Well, I
your
spend
access
a
to
lot-
Kumbalai?
Oh yeah, can like plant some Azaria plants in the garden.
Oh my god.
And Grobo's
Oh
just
my
been
God,
like
wait.
following you
Don't.
around and like collecting petals, just like has a huge armful.
That's what I was gonna say. I just pictured Grobo in like a little gardener's outfit, like doing some planting.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be out there with Kumbalai every so often, just like putting, like, while a gardener, you know, plants seeds and grows plants, what Grobo does is put seeds to sleep and tucks them in.
So sweet.
Well, Kumbalai, are they sentient? That'll have to wait and see for when harvest season comes about. Speaking of which, who's planting a bean?
I'll
I was
plant a
just about to
bean.
say, I'll
Gonna go
plant a bean.
outside and celebrate the fall by planting my bean
Yeah, let's,
Away from the keep, please.
Yes,
right
not-
outside the keep.
No.
We
No,
have people who
Yeah.
can die if a bullet comes out of the ground. You know that.
Yeah.
I'll
Yes.
take it over to the forest.
You want a Grobo to die? Is that what you want? That's a better idea.
The
If think of
Nearby-
a bullet pops out, we'd kill it within a second.
I don't know about that.
The nearby Tuck Forest is just awash with yellow leaves. some have begun to turn to orange, to red. Very few have started to brown on the edges, but the forest is just a beautiful autumnal walk, and there is a trail that leads through the woods to what you guys know. There is a portal to the wilder in this forest, and there are just these lamps that have been set up along this path, just like fireflies in jars, except for, it's magic. But it's just a very warm forest and well traveled. So Azaria, you take it to yourself that you should probably get away from the trail. And
Go decently
sorry, go ahead.
deep into the forest. Get away from
We
any
have
chances.
to.
You
We
want
have
people
these
to come with you?
beans. We have been doing nothing exciting for a month. I'm ready for to spice it up and see a bullet or a fire. That's all I know these beans do: bullets and fires.
Bouncing off what Anthony said, did anybody go with Azaria?
I'll go.
I'll
and
go.
I
bring
yes,
my new gun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think if everyone
Group
wanted,
effort.
or if Azaria wanted people to go.
Absolutely. We need to celebrate these things together. Also, everyone weapon at the ready if a bullet appears.
Yeah.
Azaria,
I've never been more ready.
could I have you roll a D100 for me?
You see, Gideon fixes a bayonet on his rifle
74.
and turns
Bean
the
time.
dial.
Sounds like a good number.
Time for
I know it.
beans.
So Azaria, you plant this bean and cover it with dirt. And somebody has water?
I have the alchemy jug. Water.
Oh, easy peasy. A little water for your bean, and you take a step back. Now, remembering back when the last 2 times a bean had been planted, it took a little time for something to happen. And what happens after a minute or so? A slow movement of the earth where that bean was planted, as a sprout thickens to green, to young wood, to a full tree trunk, bark, leaves sprouting to match the surrounding forest. However, also with, name me a fruit.
Pomegranates.
These magenta-like, fully formed, fully fruited pomegranates just kind of begin apparating on the tree, some of them falling to the ground.
Catch one.
Can I have you roll a d10 for me?
6.
This tree has 26 pomegranates on it.
I'll harvest a few. Just 5 or so. 6. One for everyone. Sorry, gotta do some quick math. All right, great. Well, you've got a pomegranate tree out in this forest now, and you've got 6 pomegranates. And this is why we should plant the beans.
I don't
This
trust
was
it.
much nicer than the bullet.
The pomegranates are poisonous or something.
I'll crack it open and toss one in my mouth.
Draq tried to eat his like an apple.
No. Show how you have to break it open. I'll take a dagger to puncture.
That
pull
does
it
seem
apart.
easier.
Some people you can just eat the flesh and spit the seed out, or I just crush it all up and fine.
Stab it with my bayonet and eat it.
That's pretty good.
They
They
are.
make a delicious juice.
It is Yeah, I mean, they're pomegranates. They're sweet. It's like... Now, I don't know the exact time that a pomegranate would normally be harvested, but it's like almost like the spontaneous creation of these, it is the perfect time of year regardless of when they actually should have been harvested. It is beautiful and sweet, and just remember to spit the seeds out after you're done.
You can eat pomegranate seeds.
Sure.
I eat pomegranates all the time.
He says, sure, if you want to die.
If you want to put a bean in your stomach, not a tree.
Fudge.
Aha. I was already a tree.
Tree within a tree within a tree.
See, this is why we should plant the beans. Good things happen when you trust in the beans.
I trusted in the beans.
And we got a bullet that we were able to give an offering.
I feel like you're leaving out a very important part of that story.
I don't know. I was kind of asleep when y'all did that bullet thing.
Well, it almost ate me, just in case you forgot.
Got better.
Yeah, I got better. But
You didn't die.
it was a close call.
Wasn't that close. You were
It
fine.
was-
We were
it-
right there.
Sorry, could I also have you roll a d20 for me?
There's tiny bullets inside the
14.
pomegranate seeds.
Uh-uh.
Draq, after Azaria shows you how to crack yours open and you eat one of these seeds, you shrink down to about half your size.
Oh, there it is.
Help! Hello? I feel very small all of a sudden.
Oh,
Wow.
that's just great. And Giddy just
Brilliant.
slowly
Do you
turns
see
to
the
his
whole
eye.
world from this height? Wow, that's
But I ate one and I'm
this is some
fine.
perspective for me.
How's the weather down there, Drac? Can't wait to see what happens to me. That's great.
This is,
Grobo comes over to Draq and puts up a karate pose.
Oh no, I'm in danger.
Fight of the century.
Grobo
Get him,
proceeds
Grobo.
to chase Draq.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Wow.
After this adventure, after a few hours, Draq, you return to normal size.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
Anybody who checks up on the pomegranate tree at a later time finds that the tree has vanished. But
Oh,
the four that remain, the 4 pomegranates you've collected, still exist.
A pomegranate that potentially shrinks you.
Sometimes.
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 Yeah.
Love those odds, personally, but
I
that's
can
just
see how
me.
you specifically wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the person who has things that happen to them sometimes.
Yeah, I'm like, ooh, like I don't mind being shrunk, take a bite of pomegranate, and then I explode or something. So.
Did you
Yeah.
cast magic at any time recently? Like, do we not know that this isn't?
It's true.
a
This
visual
creatures me
effect
now.
We don't know about.
No, I haven't done anything. Thanks.
Oh, is it because
Um,
we were near the portal?
Azaria, go ahead and make an Arcana check for me.
27.
So, you can hypothesize that based on the fact that these beans themselves seem to have random effects, it very well might be that the pomegranates themselves are also random, possibly also with other random effects. But
Yep.
they seem to reflect the effects of potions.
Oh. I'll
Hey,
just keep eating my pomegranate.
Your pomegranate seems fine.
So it's the whole fruit itself, not like each individual bulb. I'll
Well-
try one of Draq's.
It seems that the magic has been ingested.
Too bad.
You
That'd be
just
a
happen
really
to
funny
choose a
prank.
fruit that you can bite like a million times.
I did.
intentionally.
Oh, clever.
A whole vine of grapes.
I know, I chose it because I watched the Game Grumps earlier today. They were eating beans, and it was between a pomegranate flavored one and an old Band-Aid flavored one.
Oh.
It was the
Delicious.
first fruit
Ew.
that came into my mind.
Very good, very good. The month rolls on, and now your date's coming up.
Ooh, I take a bean. No, I'm just kidding. I eat the bean.
Beans.
Yeah, that's like a fun date idea. Hey, I don't know what's gonna happen. Let's see. Ooh.
All right. Oh dear, had a thought. Oh. You guys also receive a letter at the keep. See, it seems to be from Hillebro. He says, the letter says, if you happen to see Eswild, my hawk, could you try and catch him? He seems to have gotten away from me. Much appreciated.
This?
Is this what they brought us back for?
Really?
I'll send Cleo into the air and like use my ability to look through her eyes and see if I see any hawks around our area. Maybe like over the next few days.
Sure. Well, we'll come back to that in a moment. So you spend a few days doing that. The first of the month rolls around, and now we find ourselves in the month of Last Leaf. We're getting closer to the winter, and it's also rent paying time.
Not a
500
problem.
gold. Pay your employees.
I can
Are we splitting it 6 ways? How are we doing this?
just do it for the first month. Maybe we like rotate it or something, because
Are you sure?
Yeah, like I said, I'm a little flush, and I don't think I'm buying anything else. So
I won't say no.
I'll make a note in the calendar that I paid the first month's rent.
With that out of the way, Mikulek ensures that with that 500, everybody gets paid, everybody's covered. You guys still have slots to fill in with skilled workers, but I suppose that'll happen at some point. The tutors, Nell, that you'd hired.
Yeah.
They've been kind of giving you this crash course on the violin. Oh dear. The dwarf that you'd hired from Brulbar. Let me find their names again.
Oh, I got you. Don't worry. Frickin'.
Fargrin.
Yeah, far. I read it as far grown because I can't fucking
Oh yeah,
spell.
I think I did emphasize the O, so you're technically correct. Fargrown.
Hey.
His teachings to you kind of emphasize more like technique and like how to read music and whatnot. And Ulastina, the Furbolg teacher, is more about the kind of creative, like compositional side, how to improvise, how to find yourself in a key and play around with notes that sound pleasant. Together in their own kind of curriculum that they seem to talk to each other outside of lesson hours with you, to ensure that they try and get you sped up in this as fast as they can. You're not going to be a professional by the end of this, but
Okay.
you'll definitely be, you could definitely busk for short periods of time in certain areas if you so decided to, but an intense time it is, which is also kind of softened by as you kind of check in on them on their off time, you happen to notice that they too seem to become friendlier with each other.
Yeah. You're welcome, you both, for my insanity. Yeah, my fingers are just so calloused.
Yep, you gain your proficiency in the violin.
Cool. I don't know what else this will be useful for, but that's fine. Cool.
Gideon.
Yeah, I think the week leading up, like from like the first day onwards, I'm just like trying to pick like a certain like a song or something, and then once I find one that feels right, I just keep practicing that over and over and over.
So, what is everybody else's plan? I mean, you've told Nell that she should have this dinner on her own. What are you guys gonna do? Like, just hide in your rooms? Make yourself scarce? Go out to a theater show.
Is there a theater in Brulbar?
There sure is.
You know what? I think Nell's got this, and I want to avoid, popping in and saying something awkward. I'm going to go to Brulbar. If anyone wants to join me?
I think I will join you and take my mind off of things.
Well, if I wasn't making the meal and playing waiter, I'd tag along, but I'm busy.
I'm pretty sure I have to make a teleportation circle at the end of this. So I'll just hide in the study.
I mean, okay, if it's gonna be like a huge thing, you want to go to the show, I can figure something else out. Like I could literally hire someone from the Arcanet to do it if you would like to not be here for it. I don't want to.
What if we just
force
pay
you.
her for a train ride back?
I just want to make sure
Just
sure she
faster.
gets home safe and it's faster, and so she can get back without raising any suspicion. So I can hire literally like a student or something. from the
But
Arcanet.
if you teleportation circle her in, won't it be to the teleportation gate for the Arcanet, and they'll be like, you're not a member?
Well, Elowen is.
She's not a member.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not going though, right?
I mean,
that's a fair point.
I can go. I haven't really figured out the details. I can go through with her, and then like make sure she's good, and then
train
take
back.
take the train back. So
That's the plan.
because it's out at like the Arcanet Institute, like near the temple, right? Like
Yeah.
that side of it.
I think it was
Okay,
the south one, yeah.
So I figured like that to me made sense, because then it's like, oh, it's just as if she was coming home from work anyway, right? So that was my plan.
Good plan.
Surely nothing will go wrong.
Turns out she actually takes a plane, goes upward, and airdrops at home.
Whoa, that's
Parachute and
crazy.
everything.
Here to thank the bus driver.
Wow. Oh,
I do think leading up to it, I would I guess, send a letter with our courier to her. I would make it like a full formal invitation, but maybe just kind of like I'll meet you here at this time, like looking forward to it kind of thing. So.
all right, and are you going to the city to go get her, or are you requiring her to come?
I think I would, because this is a huge deal. Like, she's leaving the city for the first time. I'm not going to be like, hey, I'll pick you up at the train station in Smallkeep. Like, that's crazy. So I do think, like, trying to think timing wise, I'd probably aim for like afternoon. So I would say like maybe they meet at the Brulbar train station at like 2 p.m. and I would meet her there.
Nice. Also, did you proceed in hiring instrumentation from Valenbridge?
Yes, I specifically wanted to arrange like a few students that have the ability specifically to do like the magical projections. And I would have like, I guess when I was hiring them, I would have asked like how much time they need like in advance of like what it is like I want them to project.
Oh yeah, to rehearse they would ideally like a couple of 10 days.
Okay, that's all right. I think I already had the idea of what.
Well, yeah, unless you have an idea of what you want specifically, so they don't have to fully design something.
Oh, I know exactly what it is that I want. So I think I would
Then
have
a
known
10-day.
probably like right when I was hiring them anyway. So I would have written it out for them and like when I was hiring them and told them everything. So
How many musicians?
3.
Right. The fun logistics. How long are you hiring them for? No, I'll just make this easy. Okay, so all right, so you're looking at about 45 gold pieces to pay for their performance. The 3 of them will need to take the train up and back, and that's going to be costly. To pay the train for them there and back, you're going to need 460 gold pieces and 8 silver.
well, if I'm paying for it, can I use my discount?
No, they are not seekers.
If I buy the fucking ticket. Okay, so 460.
468 silver. That's a good date right there.
It's a very expensive
It's
first date. That's
It's
a
like-
1% date right there.
It's literally one of those things where like this has happened to me in real life before, where like you kind of start like going through the motions of doing something and then find out what it costs at the end, and you're like, I'm already in it. I feel too awkward to say anything now, so it's fine.
All right. So Draq, Azaria, we're going to the theater. Abe, were you also going?
No, I'm just gonna hang out in my room.
Nice.
Yep.
Also to reiterate, Elowen, you can go to the theater. I can hire an Arcanet student.
It's fine. I have reading I wanted to get through anyways.
Are you sure? I really don't want to like make you not have a fun night if you would like one. So
No, it's quite all right.
okay.
Right. So Azaria and Draq, the two of you head out to Brulbar. 5 gold pieces. Well, it'll be 10 total to come back home at some point, but the two of you go out and have a night on the town. Nell, at some point, you've notified Naivara. You know what? There is something we should probably cover before this. There is at a
Her
point.
mom finds out.
No, Azaria, as you've been kind of scouting the
Oh
skies,
yeah.
Cleo does eventually find Eswild, this hawk that of Hillips, and though it is at first a bit scary for Eswild, considering a predatory bird is also attacking it, or well, not attacking, but is engaging it. Eventually, it does kind of escort the hawk down to your guys' keep.
I'll use my ability to communicate with animals just to be like, you know, we mean, you know, harm, like, did you get lost, you know, we can take you back to Hella if you'd like. Otherwise, if you want to be free, I am willing to turn a blind eye and let you continue. Maybe like give a nod if you want to go back.
Well, it definitely seems quite like shaken. Can I have you make an insight check?
Sure. 11. Does it look wounded?
No, it doesn't look wounded, but it does seem shook. And unfortunately, it's not really smart enough to respond to nod yes.
Well, like, just try and like calm it down, like offer it like a little bit of food.
Animal handling for me.
good at that. 10.
Like it responds to the food, though it still seems skittish. It does feel like it's still a flight risk.
I'll just spend some time that day, like maybe giving it some more food, trying to just like keep it calm. Yeah. See if I can get it to warm up and try and take it back to Hillop.
Azaria, before you do that, I had a thought. An animal very closely attached to someone usually doesn't just up and leave for no good reason.
Oh, that's
Even
true.
if it did escape. Philip went to Balesville, came back unscathed. What if this is not Hillip? And the bird knows that.
Anybody got any magic that can speak to animals?
Maybe tomorrow.
Why don't we keep Iswild here for just the night?
Sure. Just keep him away from the kitchen.
I'll like, as it seemed to trust Cleo, I'll like, keep Cleo with it and just give them both food and try and keep this bird with us.
Oh, it does not trust Cleo. Like Cleo had to like herd it to the
herd
cube.
it? Oh, okay. Then I'll send Cleo away. Like, just come back in a day. Maybe I'll like, I won't take it to the basement, but I will bring it maybe into like one of like the houses kind of in the main yard area. Like one of the servants' quarters, I'll be like, I'm gonna sort of steal this room from you for the night.
Right. Well, that's fine. They get paid.
I could fashion like a little cap for it if we don't want it to get scared or something.
That might be useful. One of those little like ones that helps block its vision. Bird.
Yeah. Draq will just like weave like a makeshift cap for the hawk.
I'm wondering whether I should make you roll for this or not, for the fun of rolling.
You don't have to. Draq's a good weaver.
I accept. All right. You quickly fashion together a quick little falcon cap, and it does seem to calm him down quite a bit, seeing as though it's kind of something that he's been trained to accept, so it does pacify him. And you got yourself a little hawk for now. The following day, did you want to speak to Eswild?
I'll use speak with animals the following day. All right. And just ask, why did you run away?
Nervous air. Didn't feel the same. Bad at
Hello?
my core.
Sorry, what was that last one?
Bad at my core.
I'll like relay that to Draq. He might be onto something.
His warmth was no longer there.
Did you go with Hillip to Balesville? Did you leave? Because you might not understand Bale as well. Did you leave with Hillop for a few days a while ago? I think keep things simple.
No, I waited. He left. And he came home. But he didn't.
That's not good.
Let's be like, okay, you if you want, you can stay here. We can take care of you. We won't take you back to Hillop. Whoever this person lacking warmth is.
And it's kind of like, at this point, now that you've communicated with it, kind of like nuzzles into you.
Like, give it a pet, give it some more food. And I'll be like, and that owl, Cleo, like, she's friendly, she won't harm you. She doesn't even need to eat. Don't have to worry about that.
Okay. Nervous.
Me too. But we'll figure this out. It's what we do.
What we do.
And
And getting that information similar to when Nell ran around knocking on everyone's door. Like, run around knocking on everyone's door. Team meeting, team meeting.
I think Draq will like.
When is
But
this?
it's-
This is early in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh,
Get like an alarm installed or something.
yeah, classic Gideon fashion. You just knock on the door and he's just, wait.
Wake up. You definitely want to wake up. Halesville shit.
While Azaria's
What?
like, around, Draq will put his finger out to Iswild just to see if it'll nuzzle into him.
animal handling check.
I'm not bad at this. 15.
It feeling a bit more secure, nuzzles into your finger.
Draq says quietly, "You're the first bird I've ever liked." Gives it a little pat on the head. We'll keep you safe, little friend. And he'll go join the team meeting.
What is this, Azaria?
Said
Found
Balesville
that
shit.
bird. And Draq had the great realization that domesticated animals don't tend to want to run away.
True.
And stay away. Like, they usually, if they get lost, they try and come back. So we found the bird like last night, and I prepared to speak with animals today and talked with it a bit. And remember how we were all like, something bad's gonna happen when Hillop goes to Balesville, and then nothing bad happened? Yeah, no, that's not Hillop. Most likely. Or he's changed.
Don't know, I just had a bad feeling all of a sudden.
No, that was a good bad feeling to have.
Think he's dead or what?
Don't
Captured.
know. Captured?
And they have
Like,
sent a doppelganger back or something like that.
Looks like we gotta pay our friend a visit.
Send a message to him, Draq.
But I was wondering, like,
Could finally put this theory to rest now.
We will at least
Yeah.
find out if he's alive or dead.
or if it goes to the one in Brulbar.
yeah.
Maybe.
We can't tip our hand.
So
I would,
the
I would,
message
I
is
would
we,
say like we can't
we
find
got-
the bird. We're looking.
we
Look,
got
yeah.
your letter. We're looking for your bird.
Mhm.
You know.
here's what I'll say.
Where did you lose it?
Yeah.
Look, before we continue, when we were in Balesville, and you had that telepathic link between you two, points to Elwyn and Azaria, you mentioned that something managed to feel like it was there. And we've had other instances of Balesville knowing more than they have any right to know when it comes to us sending messages to people in and Balesville with Monty, because Sarze knew we were coming. So if we send a message to Balesville and Hillip is there and alive, they're going to know. We can't tip our hand. We let them know that we know and this whole thing blows up. But if we can catch this our way instead of their way, maybe we can figure something out.
Speak with one of the other learned that we can trust, for sure. Or charity, either.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna figure that out a different day, because I've got a dinner to cook, so... Look, I'm not the magic guy here. I work my magic in the kitchen. I'm going to do that. But just, yeah, we can't send any messages to Balesville. Just that. Gideon kind of shakes a bit, shakes us off, and walks away.
We'll make sure Hillip is okay, Gideon.
Nah, Draq, he's probably dead.
You
As he
can't
walks
think
away.
like that.
Unless they need him alive for whatever this doppelganger thing is. Like maybe he is alive. Maybe it's like a form of blood magic or something. Something where they need the source to become that thing.
Does that make sense? Like, theory-wise?
It's not a school of magic that I'm versed in particularly. It's illegal to study and stuff. So actually, I don't know how much of what it can do is known.
Elwyn, have you been reading anything about that in your fancy books?
I haven't come across anything like this. I think Azaria. It's possible. It certainly wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities, I don't believe.
Well, Gideon, I don't want you to give up hope.
Oh, Gideon's left by this point.
Okay.
Yeah, he said he's probably dead as he was walking away.
Right. I'm not giving up hope that Hillip is alive or dead. I don't care if it's naive.
There was the tiefling and the Arturian knights.
Yes, the
Might
commander.
yeah. When it was like, you know, their purpose is kind of to keep the learned circle in check in some ways.
Did he go to Balesville?
Did he?
You're aware that that Hillip did go with some Arturian knights, but you don't know if Barrick was among them.
Maybe we can ask him who went with Hillip.
It's a good idea. Because if he did, then we can't trust him.
Anyone who went, can't trust.
Okay.
And I think it might be worth asking Charity if there was one person to trust in that group. Who would she trust? We don't know them. No. Part of me wants to say Naivara's mom not letting her daughter leave. I don't know how much she's leaving the city either. As much as she seems like the coldest of them, that might be what Yeah, I'd trust Charity's judgment on that. Someone who knows these people.
Okay, well, we will deal with this soon enough. Just glad we caught it before it flew over our heads, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there is still the matter of a date this evening.
Wow, Denny, you know how to set a mood. I'm feeling really date ready now.
Sorry, real quick before that, may I have a minute?
Mm-hmm.
After that group meeting is split up and like some time passes before everybody heads out, Gideon is going to approach Draq. Draq, can I talk to you for a minute?
Of course.
Look, one thing I've noticed like throughout our travels is that you have a remarkable way of keeping calm under pressure. And you also know how to meditate. And, well, if you'd be willing to share, I'd be willing to take some notes. And the doctor I'm seeing, he said I should look into meditation to calm down. I said, I know just the guy. So I figured I'd approach you.
Well, that's great, Gideon. I'm happy to share that with you. It'd be nice to have a meditation buddy, even though really we don't spend time together when we meditate. It's different. But we'll get to that.
Okay.
But yes, I'm happy to share under one condition.
Right?
You must have hope, my friend.
Hope.
Yes. You can't let that go.
I'll try, Draq.
Trying is all I ask.
Things seem a bit grim right about now. I'll try.
You're telling me. My brother doesn't want to see me ever again.
Sorry to hear that.
I'm not going to let that stop me. I care about him. I want him in my life. And I will do what I can to make that real.
Alright, Draq, you got a deal.
Shake on it.
Gideon shakes your hand.
Good. How are you with early mornings?
Don't make me wake up early, Draq.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
You meditate before bed.
That works. I can do that.
All right. Now, I have to go get ready for the theater.
Yeah. Enjoy the show.
Thank you.
I have a cook to confront. I go
Very
to talk
good.
to Mr. Zest.
God, now I have to remember the voice I gave him.
He was Golden Ramsay.
Let's roll it. Hi, what's up, Mr. Gray?
Mr. Zest. I have a. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I was just about to ask you what you're doing in my fine kitchen.
Well, I'm gonna need to borrow it for the evening. In fact, I might actually need your help. See, we have guests tonight. I want to prep a special meal for the date for them. I've got the recipe and everything. I'm gonna hijack the kitchen this evening, but I'd love your help because I don't know if this person has any dietary restrictions. So I'd love if you could prepare for me a lovely vegetarian option for the meal this evening.
Very well, challenge accepted. I'll I mean, I'm not really going to give you much talk back because you're paying me, but I don't have to fully like it.
And that is correct. I don't need you to like it. I need you to make a great meal. And you know what?
That-
I appreciate a man who's good in the kitchen, my friend, and I'm excited to see your work.
As am I. All right. Well, what's our timeline?
Today. So I have an idea already for what you're going to be making. But you do your twist on it.
The secret is you don't follow a recipe.
Perfect.
It reveals to you what it needs.
I like your passion. All right. Only restriction, vegetarian. Capiche?
Understood.
Excellent. All right, Denny. Well, now you have to come up with a vegetarian meal. But I've got the main non-vegetarian option, so.
You son of a bitch! I thought you had it.
I do. But if you'd like me to say what he cooks, go for it. But otherwise, if Mr. Zest wants to take care of it himself, he can do it.
Well, he will prepare potato medallions with apricots, almonds, and a cracked white pilaf.
Very well.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I also would request probably at some point, Gideon, garlic bread.
That's a fine elven bread right there.
Very well. We can have that at the start, added to the appetizer I was going to suggest, which would be a charcuterie board of some kind. So, yeah, we can absolutely have that with the charcuterie as well. Just more bread. More bread's great. People like bread. Perfect. I guess I'll just run down the meal right now while we're on the subject. And
Sure.
then we can just do the date uninterrupted, just with the knowledge that, like,
No, I think
I'm
it's so
there
much funnier
serving it up.
if you come in. I think it's so
I
much
present
funnier if
to
you come in
you.
during. Yeah, I would rather you do that. I want you to come in for each percentage.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that sounds great. Sure, I'll save it for then. Okay, very well.
Cool. I do inform you of my schedule for things that the students are going to perform, and then we'll probably eat. But I think they'll leave a little bit, but still be like somewhere nearby that we can kind of hear the background music. And then you're going to have them leave officially after dessert. Get rid of them. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, you might
Take them
wanna-
out.
I'm gonna be very focused on the kitchen and the meal and everything like that to maybe get
Nicolette kind of
Majordomo.
coming around a corner is like, well, as a steward, if you have guests that you need booted, I can happily escort them out. It's kind of my job, especially
Right.
if Gideon's already busy.
Yeah.
Right.
Gonna have
Sorry,
a hell
no
of a lot of
offense. I just
dishes.
forget that I should be delegating things to the staff. It makes me uncomfortable. So, yeah, you don't need to, like, not in a mean way, just that's the end of their time and they can go.
No, understood. They were guests, and yes, I'll have them taken care of.
So glad we hired you.
I'm happy to be employed. Let me know if there's
That's
anything
awesome.
more that I can help with during this. So I'll too try to make myself scarce. So, what's everybody's plans for that evening?
Theater.
Azaria, Draq going to theater,
Yeah.
Gideon's prepping the
Could
meal,
we-
Alwyn's
while
hiding in the
we're-
study.
While we're in Brulbar, should we go talk with the Arturian Knight?
If we have time before the show, yes, I think that's a good idea. I can send Ferric a message, let him know that we're coming.
Yeah, see if he could make some time for us.
Sure. I'll send a quick message just saying, hey, are you able to meet with us? Yeah. I don't think I'll mention the nature of it.
I'm not somebody who's just called on a whim. But as it just so happens, I do have a moment. Just stop by Frostjaw Tower.
Right. He's available. Oh, he seemed begrudging about it.
Is there any kind of shadow, though? Like a presence outside of the two of you?
Oh, that's a good point.
Draq, make a perception check. I would say insight, but fuck it, make it an insight.
I would have preferred perception, but it's fine.
I know. I don't.
25.
You did not detect anything different about that.
Okay.
As far as like the casting of that magic went. Oh, that's what I should have done was Arcana. Oh well. Here we are now.
Arcana would have been 18.
Yeah, you'd still be fine.
All right.
So
I guess we'll head over there.
And are you planning on stopping in before the show?
I think so.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Business before pleasure.
All right. And then Eloin's staying in the study, waiting to teleport Naivara home. And Abe's hanging out in his room painting?
I got a special painting in mind.
Oh.
For Abe. Special for Abe. Yeah, I want to study the banner, particularly the part that has the Elven Mage. And
Gnomish
basically-
mage, sorry.
on the banner?
Bay Apple Butter was Gnomish.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow, that's a big mistake. Whoops.
Adam,
That's
you
okay.
are not,
We were all
you are not
there.
alone in that. Yeah, we all believe. We
were
talked about
all
this in after
confused
party.
about this in the after party too.
Okay.
Yeah.
There,
Sorry about that.
in the mix-up of everything, there was a half-elf woman involved, but that is not Charity or Fae.
Right. Okay. The Gnomish Mage. And just kind of draw something similar to what's on the banner, but just see if my hand kind of guides me in any details about this person. Or see if it directs any memories.
Can I have you make... I don't remember whether it's calligraphers or painter's tools that you have, but in any case, you're doing art with it, so whichever one that is. Let's make it...
It is painters.
It is painters, okay. Let's have you make a dexterity check with that, with your proficiency.
We'll chuck an inspo at it. Oh, and he needed it too. Jeepers. Sorry. 23.
So, as you spend your day painting and, in a way, re-exploring a previous work, there is a certain kind of talent to being able to recreate something you see and transferring that to your hand and allowing the ability to duplicate artwork is in itself part of the skill set. And you find in part of that process not only the movements reflect what you see, but it's like the forms reflect deep memory. Like, you have, at this point, you've seen Draq, but he didn't feel like something you remembered. He must have been different. But as you draw the Gnomish Mage, though you don't feel like you've met somebody that specifically was Faye Applebutter, there's memory. It's like you've connected with this before. And of course, I mean, you reflect on Charity. She is another gnomish mage, you know. But you also recall that the first time that you all met her, she almost kind of felt like she knew you. Like she knew to give you a certain journal from Faye. And based on the stories you'd read about Faye, like, this imagery kind of reflects itself onto those stories that you read of the group of you. And perhaps some of that familiarity rubbed off on Charity. But you do a splendid job duplicating that onto your canvas.
Cool. Thank you.
Welcome. To Nell, you run to Brulbar. Draq and Azaria, are you guys going at the same time?
That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, might as well all travel there together.
Yeah.
Buddy system.
Yeah.
Where there's...
Oh, Azaria, fit check. What are you rocking?
Oh. What am I rocking?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I truly don't own any nice clothes.
The Draq makes you nice clothes for the theater.
This is the first practical outfit, like, I think I've ever owned. Like, I think all I've
Draq.
owned up till this point are, like, you know, things that were, like, my traveling clothes, you know, very practical to do things. Like, maybe the nicest thing I had was, like, whatever I wore as a teacher. This is the first thing that, oh, this is just an outfit to look nice in.
I mean, you might need more time to craft a
Or
fancy
maybe we
outfit.
just go buy some clothes.
Yeah, I'll buy some clothes there. That's what we'll do.
Yeah. Shopping, business, and then theater.
All right. So, the three of you make your way on over to Brulbar. 5 gold pieces there, 5 gold pieces back. When the three of you arrive, Naivara is waiting there. Though she's trying to be discreet. She's got like a cloak and she's like looking around, but she's also wearing like a nice dress underneath. Like a light blue that pops against her brown blonde curls. Or waves, more accurately.
Oh my god, my mouth is so dry.
Give Nell a fist bump on the way out. Got this.
Yeah, give Nell a little pat on the back. Give a little guidance for that first, like, you know. Just
Nice.
to calm you down.
Then, before you leave, I reach in the bag of holding and I pull out the bouquet that you made and just be like, does it still look okay?
It looks great.
Okay, thank you.
You got this. And I hold back every urge to like do one of those like have fun on your dates or anything.
Oh
I bite my tongue and walk away before I do anything.
There's a moment I think where we both like know that was something that you might have done, and you just see like Nell like descend into like the 9th circle of hell, just like please. Okay. But yeah, I'll turn and go up to Naivara. Hi, miss. I don't think we've met before, but I was about to get on this train if you were looking for a friend to sit with.
Huh. Well, that's interesting because I'm pretty sure I just watched you get off that train. Are you a big fan of the trainway?
I'm obsessed with it. Actually, it's super cool. So I just love to sit on it all day long.
Well, it sounds like you're very passionate about it. If it's that great, perhaps I should also try out the trainway.
I can't recommend it highly enough. And then like I'll kind of like from behind my back like pull out the bouquet of flowers. These are for you.
Oh. And she takes them from you and holds them to her chest and kind of uses them for cover. These are beautiful. We should probably get on the train.
Yeah, let's go.
And her trying like hunching her shoulders and keeping her face covered by with the bouquet. She like whispers to you, "Thank you for the flowers."
You're welcome. You look really nice.
I look like I'm gonna rob somebody.
I mean, that's fine with me.
Or I'm gonna offer somebody a poisoned apple. Either way.
I mean, that could be a vibe too.
Would you like an apple? She actually pulls an apple out from her cloak.
Sure.
I swear it's not poisoned. She takes a bite out of it and then offers it.
Oh, God. Yeah, I'll take it. And then I die.
Well, the two of you hop on the trainway and make your way back to Small Keep.
Does she look like nervous on the train at all? Like to be leaving?
Make an insight check.
Oh my God. This is the first roll I've done today.
I know. I'm so sorry, guys. We're just a roleplay heavy group that don't need the rolls all the time.
It's true.
17.
It's a mix of things for her. She's definitely nervous to be on the train, but like it's also good excitement. But, you know, this is somebody who's used to flying close to the sun. This very well might be one of the more riskier things she has done.
As like the train starts moving and we start taking off, I'll just lean over and say, "Thank you for doing this. I know it's a big deal, and it means a lot to me. So."
You kind of see her blushing. She's like, "No, yeah, I don't know what to say. Thank you for inviting me out. This will be the furthest from Brulbar I think I've been since I was really young. Since
I know
my
that
dad
feeling.
was alive."
I think Nell will attempt to be cool and like put her hand on like her knee, just like give it a nice, like a reassuring squeeze, and then immediately remove it. She's like, "Oh, contact."
She looks at you like warmly with caramel eyes, and then you freak out, and she also panics.
Over here is where this man harvests. He has a bug farm. I mean, we went there.
Oh,
and I start
wow.
pointing out stupid shit out of the window.
Oh boy. And the two of you make your way back to Small Keep. Draq and Azaria, the two of you make your way toward Frostjaw Tower to go speak with Barrick. And having only been there earlier this month, or last month, you guys know exactly where to go. You head to the tower, which is this bastion of philosophy, strength, and protection. And the Arturian knights that are stationed inside. Yes, you have business.
Before we go in, I would have said to Azaria, do you think maybe we should prepare ourselves, maybe have some detecting of magic up just in case that helps us, or something like that?
Yeah, I think like right before we go in, tossing up the detect magic might not be the worst.
And also, do you still have that wand? You can do that, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then also, we're not exactly the best at talking, so I was thinking maybe we should enhance ourselves a little bit here. And I will cast Enhance ability at 3rd level, so we can target both of us. So we're going to have advantage on charisma checks for the next hour.
Very good. Right. So, I assume one of you and Azaria casts Detect Magic.
Yep.
The two of you head on inside, where the guards, once again, ask, do you have business?
We do with Ferric.
Very well. We'll have somebody retrieve him. And a guard goes off up the tower stairs further up. And not long after, the guard comes back down. Follow me, Ferric is ready to see you. And the two of you make your way up. The stairs are like, this is a turret of a building, not like Boz's building, which is more of a cylinder, but this one is more of a block tower. So the stairs go up and they hard turns, and it is just very geometric here. But eventually, as you're heading up, you come to a landing that there are more guards here. There are seems to be a place that they can kind of relax. Like, it's a bit more like there are tables. Some of them are playing card games. Some of them are reading. And just past this landing, there is a door into another room. And the guard mentions he's already expecting you, so feel free to just head on in. If you need anything, we'll be outside.
Draq gives him finger guns because he's feeling himself because of the magic.
Oh my.
Well, go on in.
Heading inside, they're at a nice desk with like metal caps on the corners and on the feet. This room is decorated in insignia of like heraldry of knights long past. This place feels like almost like a military history shrine in a way. Like, there are portraits of previous Armadon, which at the moment there are only like 2. One of them being a portrait of the Diarch Arturos himself, and of oh dear, the Learned Circle member who is a dwarf. But yeah, so it's clearly like there's space left on this wall, and someday there will be more portraits added here. But Ferric, the teal tiefling with the one horn that curls over and the other one cut off, is seated at a desk with his adamantine helmet resting on the table. All right, well, you've got your meeting. What do you need?
I want to just like take a quick look around just to see anything seems off magic wise.
The adamantine helmet is a magical material. There is also a I think there are a few weapons in this room that you kind of like register and like look around at. But other than that, no. And he's also not even wearing armor at the moment. He's in a more relaxed garb, though quite a bit professional looking.
We're sorry to bother you, but thank you for meeting with us. Since we have a quick question, who all went with Hillip to Balesville?
We had a unit of 4 Arteria Knights accompany Hillip on his way down. Why do you ask?
And they never left his site, or did they just take him there, pick him up?
As far as I'm aware, they never left his site. Or at
You go
least
with them?
were stationed outside his doors.
Draq asked if Ferric went with them.
No, I did not go on that. I had to stay here to ensure things continue running.
That's good.
Yeah. Does it seem like he's telling the truth there? Like, can I pick up on
he
any?
didn't say-
Draq is just watching every.
You know what? I think similar to when Anthony did, just roll this in secret out of 6.
Right, I'll do
Can I
this
help?
with advantage because you're both kind of like
Yeah.
watching out for this. Yeah, he's being forward with you. Doesn't seem like he has any reason to lie, especially if he didn't go to Balesville.
Those guards, has anything seemed off, different, just with those 4?
He very visibly grows like suspicious looking. No. Why?
I like look to Draq on like kind of trying to gauge like how much do we say?
We have a theory that maybe will shake a little bit of feathers. I don't think that's the right expression, but whatever.
I'm going to warn you up front. Do you have evidence?
We have a bird.
I cast magic to speak with animals. The
Philip's bird went missing. You may know this.
I have heard about the bird. I have heard about the bird.
Indeed. Hillip sent us a letter asking us to keep an eye out, and Azaria was able to locate his wilt and corralled it back to our keep. However, a domesticated animal would not just up and leave its owner without trying to find its way back.
I don't know if that's entirely true, but
I've spent a long time around animals back home. Any that are domesticated, especially where I'm from, they would want to be back rather than out in the wild.
well, I mean, one of 2 things. Either that or they die.
Well,
Ready.
his wilt did not die. We found him. And Azaria was able, and I looked to Azaria,
I can speak with animals. I have druidic magic. The bird was distraught. It did not want to return. And it said something's been different ever since Hillip got back. He's been colder. There hasn't been warmth there. The bird was afraid.
Did you get what the bird meant by that?
He's not himself. I don't know if that's someone else is there. I don't know if that's something's been done. After that conversation that we had with the Learned Circle, and when we talked with you, you seemed like the person to come to with this that we could trust. I'm not saying this is a let's take action type thing that we're trying to suggest here, but we wanted this information known by someone. Just in case.
This is. I don't know how well testimony of a bird is going to hold up. What you're saying, or what I think you're saying, is very serious. Now, I don't know what action you think you're gonna get out of me.
I also don't know, and that we weren't coming here being like, you must do something. It's more,
Good.
I think for me, it's more a warning of something, if something is to come. Just,
Keep an eye out.
yeah. It felt so strange that, like, for someone who is, you know, promoting, wanting, you know, possible rebellion against the Ascendancy, for everything to have gone so peacefully. And then this, it just doesn't strike me as right, or as likely, I guess, is the better term.
No. My hands are a bit tied on what I can say. But I've heard you. Leave this with me.
Right. We appreciate you hearing us and not calling us crazy. Though I can't speak for your inner monologue.
Well, I will contemplate on what you've told me here. Is there anything else you needed from me?
I don't believe so.
Just be wary about what you say around Hillip.
Indeed. All right. I haven't noticed anything, but my eye will be closer. All right. Well, if that's
Enjoy
everything,
Ramadan. Enjoy your evening.
I
Take
would say
care.
it's my pleasure, but hopefully things aren't. Hopefully things stay as such. Take care.
You too. I'll head on out.
Find out whatever party you're going to.
See a play.
Might have to do that at some point. New experiences and whatnot. Anyway, take care.
I haven't seen a play that wasn't performed by students since I think before the Desolation.
Is that Logan speaking or Zarya?
Yes.
Wow. All right. Back at the keep. Nell, Naivara, the two of you get off the train and make your way through Small Keep and up the hill towards the place that you've been calling home as of late. Wow, it's big.
Yeah. It feels so weird to get to live here for now. I've only ever felt like my village was my home, so this is a new and kind of baffling experience, if I'm being honest.
No, I totally get it. It's
I have staff. I actually don't know what to do with them. I do everything myself, and then they get mad at me. So.
No, you're doing it right then. That is how that goes.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
I don't know, it's just weird to have people doting on you all the time.
Yeah, I personally have never experienced it before, but is that kind of what it's like with your mom and at your house?
Well, I mean, with how busy she is, she doesn't really have time to really take care of the house. I mean, I do, but other people are paid to do it. So, kind of stepping on their toes, but that's
Yeah.
wanted
It's
to.
strange.
Anyway, what do we have planned? Like, what are you going to show me around, or?
Yeah, I thought we could do that first. Now we do actually offer official tours of the keep, so if you wanted to go on one of those, and then I could meet you afterwards, because I know what the keep looks like because I live here, so I just feel like it'd be kind of boring for me. Yeah,
No,
so
I wouldn't want to inconvenience you. So how much are the tours?
5,000 gold. So
So
is that okay?
it's a little rich. I don't know if it feels like worth it. Is there like a discount I could maybe get?
Well, I guess I could offer you like a private tour. And you'll just have to owe me one. So
All right. I think that sounds like a better offer. I'll take that one.
cool. Yeah. Looking after a keep gets expensive, so we've really had to jack the prices up. But yeah, I'll take her around and show her like the main tour, but then like at the end of it I'll show her like the stuff I'm actually like excited about in the keep, which is like our rooms and stuff. Be like, so we have like jail cells, but I think Gideon might actually like turn these into like a secret bar thing or something. Yeah, my favorite part is the study. Alwyn's probably in there, so we'll just poke our heads in, but it's not quite like the one I had at home. The library there's no view. It's in the basement, but there's books, so it's still pretty good.
Yeah, this is well, I wouldn't say it's entirely homey, but I mean, it's got possibilities.
Yeah, I don't think any of us really know what to do with it. I think it's a new concept for us all, so as of right now, it does still feel a little bit like military-esque.
Well, it's probably just a matter of time.
I think so. Hopefully. I've never decorated a room on my own before, so I haven't actually really done anything with mine. But
What are we doing? Where's your room?
oh. Nell panicked. She didn't really think about this part of it. She'll like show her room, and it's honestly like she really did not think that like she would want to see her room at all. So it's like there's just like notes all over the table. The bed pristine because she never uses it, but there's like a collection of pillows at the foot of the bed between like the foot of the bed and the wall where she trances. And she has like a dresser, and on top of it is that cursed freaking mannequin thing or whatever she like gave me at our last hangout, and it is sitting there.
I forgot about that. Wow.
I didn't, because it haunts me to this day.
So you like show her your room, and she like pays the mess no mind. She's immediately like, you know, you could have like a painting here on this wall, like that'd really fill up that space. Are the pillows on the ground for a reason?
Oh, it's where I trance. We have something kind of similar at my home, because like normally it's like my siblings and I would all sit, and we would like sit against each other, but they're not here, so I sit between the wall and the end of the bed and kind of pretend it's the same.
Okay. My apologies, that was me in real life.
It's fine.
No, okay, I didn't realize it was something like that. My mom trances as well, so I didn't get that gene apparently, so I actually require sleep. So I think you might need more pillows for the bed. And I mean, if we could just somehow hide the stone, like.
Oh, the walls?
Oh yeah, like maybe like I'm
paint
sure there's
them.
somebody we could talk to. Oh yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I could do whatever, right? So it could get kind of like weird creative, you know?
So do you know if when you're done here you have to like restore it to its original form or something, or?
Oh. I don't know. I don't think they specified. They said we
I'm
could
sure it'll be
change
fine.
things.
Oh yeah, then you're probably
like-
fine.
Yeah.
Well,
And then just
maybe
like on a
that's-
whim, I'll like grab like the paints that I have and be like, I would like you to do the first brick.
Well, what are we going for? Are we doing solid colors or are we doing fun?
Ooh. Fun. You can do whatever. It could be a scene. It could be just color. Just paint something that feels like you. And maybe I can get a bunch of different people to do the same, and it'll be kind of a nice memory.
So, leaving her to some time as she apparently is getting quite into it. She's not exactly an artist, but you can definitely tell that she's within the confines of one brick. She's got like tried to make like a little landscape with like sunflowers, like the bouquet you've given her, and like through the sky is just like music notes, like a trail of a musical bar. There, I think
like it.
that'll do.
It's really pretty.
Well, sorry, I ate up a bunch of time there. That was fun.
It's okay. I didn't really. It's not like a. You can take time to have fun.
Well, is there anything else you wanted to show me around here, or?
Yes. Best for last. Are you up for some light climbing? Stairs, not like actual like rock climbing.
Oh,
that'd
yeah.
be a lot.
Yeah, let's go.
Cool. Yes, I shall lead her through the keep up to the top of the tower, which I didn't talk to you about this because I didn't want you to say no to me. So I've taken over to the top of the tower where it's presumably open to the sky.
You're gonna make Gideon deliver the food up here?
Yep.
Oh, Gideon,
She
what a
told
good friend
anyone,
you
so
are.
he couldn't say no.
You know, earlier I was gonna ask where you were having this dinner, and I'm so glad I didn't.
So Gideon is setting a table in the main atrium right now.
No. I would have told you.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't want to tell Denny specifically, so he couldn't tell me like that's not possible.
Right, and of course,
Okay.
Ryan, you can have like servers actually go, unless you personally wanted to go up there and deliver the food.
I'll deliver the food, but I'm gonna have people stronger than me lift the tables up there and bring the
I
food
would have
with
like
me.
I would have set before I left. I set everything up, and I did get Domo's Mikulec's help to do so after he kind of chastised me. And so yeah, I have the whole thing set up. You truly are just there for the food of it.
Okay.
Question
so
for
then-
you: Is Finn still here at this time, or do you think he's gone home?
I don't know. I have been wondering that myself because I'm like, we haven't talked about this. So
Oh yeah, he's just been watching you guys move furniture, and he's like, "Do you need help at all?"
Yeah, Finn, that'd be great.
Awesome. Awesome. So he'll help bring the furniture up there too.
She's watching us.
we will have a conversation later. I can't deal with this right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Gideon
Cool.
just sweating fucking bucket.
Again, I helped. I didn't leave you guys to do it. I did do this before I left as well.
Oh, I know, it's just funny. Finn just
Okay.
doing nothing.
But yes, I bring her up to the top. And so yeah, I have helped set it up so that there's just like a nice table, chairs, I guess, whatever, cloth, who cares. But I might have like gone down to the garden and grabbed some of like the flowers and stuff that was there that I could take reasonably without angering our wonderful gardener, who's a real stickler. And so like would have like put some of that around some of those lamps that you described conveniently that were in the forest. Like I would have gotten some of those and put those around too. Yeah, and then the 3 students, I guess, I'm just had them wait up there for me. Obviously, like they would have talked to the domo or whatever, and like gone up when we arrived and
Yeah.
prepped and all that shit. Yeah.
They've also been fed beforehand, so they've actually been like given dinner and whatnot too. So they've been taken
Yes.
care of. Like they're having a
Absolutely.
good evening.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
They're just like a string trio, kind of like what you're hearing at the moment.
Beautiful.
Just waiting for
Uh,
their quartet to become whole.
Well, I actually don't play with them right away. So get up, I'll like try and be gallant and like pull out the seat for her. Sweating. Here you go. And then I'll sit as well and just like look over at them and like and just say, so I thought it would be kind of fun, maybe for you to get to see a little bit of what's out there, because I myself did not experience anything outside of the realm of my village my entire life up until a few months ago, and since that time I've experienced a lot and it's been incredible, and I just would love to share some of it with you. These lovely people here are from Allenbridge, and they're going to do a little bit of a performance for you.
This is a lot. Wow. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, is it too much?
No,
I can
no,
I
don't-
can make them
I
leave.
No, it's it's fine.
Okay.
No, don't worry about that.
Okay. And I'll just like look over at them like,
Yeah, and they're yeah. Fantastic. So, just to kind of not have, I do apologize, but probably shouldn't role play an entire date and
that's
keep
fine.
5 people waiting. But
Whatever.
how does that evening shape out?
So the performance that they put on, I basically have like told them in advance like what I wanted them to like have like showcased in the projections. So the first one would just be the view when you enter Varmhall for the first time and you see like the life spring and like the hill, and it's like the sun's like rising or setting over it. And then the second is the moment from the rainbow celebration in Starcross when like they do like the geyser of water and it's like everything like rainbows out over the crowd. Then it's the view from the clock tower in Balam Bridge, like from that moment that we were all up there together. And then gets a little spooky, I guess, because it's the ghost dragon, and then like a view of the shambling island in Ganry, and then the Alumbrite ruins that we saw, and just some of like the moment when the lightning like lit up the bricks, and then the bear of light leading us up and seeing like the cloud village for the first time. And then the final one will be the view of Brulbar that I originally did draw for her that she said would be a lame thing to give as a gift, so I never did. But it's the view from like the airship when we were leaving the first time, and that's where it ends.
So amazing. Is that everywhere you've been?
Bits and pieces of it, the moments that felt that have lingered with me, I guess.
Wow, that is so amazing, and it was so beautiful. Oh, and well done, thank you. And they keep playing, but the light show is over.
Yeah, I have them go down a level to the like walkway of the tower, so we can still hear them, but they're not actively in the area while we're eating because I think it'd be too much pressure. But
right.
Yeah,
What does
we have
Gideon
dinner.
serve up?
Alrighty, so basically, I assume depending on if they choose the veggie option or the meat option. So depends on.
Gideon, they're going with your option.
Let's go. All right, so if they're going with the meat option, they're gonna get a. Firstly, it's starting off with an appetizer, the assorted charcuterie board with cheeses, assorted meats, biscuits, grapes, and of course garlic bread, having been added by now. I'm going to pair it with a sort of fruity, smoky wine, sort of in vein of like a Cab Franc in the real world. And then the main is a Billsville-style prime rib with a red wine reduction, with loaded baked potatoes that have like bacon, green onion, sour cream, butter, and cheese in them. And then there's going to be a arugula salad with vinaigrette, pine nuts, parm cheese, and fucking tomatoes. La creme de la creme, baby. The best Billsville's got to offer.
Popcorn on top of the steak.
That's just that's your meal.
I'm surprised
Oh
he didn't
my
just give you a
God.
whole thing of corn.
I know. I was wondering.
That was such a beautiful description, Ryan.
Hell yeah.
Also, my headphones just died. Give me one moment.
Oh, we
Guys,
knew
I
this
guess-
was gonna happen.
Do you think it's going well?
No more hat.
Oh, rip hat.
Yeah, Hap's gone. Hap.
Damn.
Hap.
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 What's happening? Happening.
Yeah. Also, Gideon, when serving the meal, will be dressed like a waiter. Like he when he served Nell on her birthday, he will be dressed precisely the same. Yeah, with a fine waistcoat, dress pants, collared shirt, and bow tie. And he will have his hair like slicked back with some kind of like floral smelling like a wax of some kind. And then yeah, prestidigitation to smell all floral and good.
Hell yeah. Nell's very
Marvelous.
impressed.
Marvelous.
Cleaned up well, and I guess this meal's mine.
I'll try it out myself.
Yeah, you might better have it.
Well, we can share. Duh.
How dare you? This is a single serving meal that is intended to be enjoyed by one person. If somebody's gonna eat it, it's only gonna be one person, as intended by the creator.
Fine. Can I at least try a bite?
Did you not just hear a single word I just said?
Get it? I get it. Eddie doesn't share food. Understood. I'll eat it
I mean-
myself.
Okay, we've got an answer. Thank you. Getting the chef enemies to lovers.
Yeah. Gideon will try the meal. How is it, Denny? Is it very good? Is it exceptional?
What is Gideon's opinion on a vegetarian dish?
Gideon will happily enjoy a vegetarian meal, but he loves meat, so he usually cooks with meat.
Right. And you get the sense that Edmund kind of has a similar vibe. Like, he'd prefer to be making, like, you know, meat dishes and whatnot. But he's like, okay, if we're gonna go vegetarian, you gotta where the craft comes in is the spices and the sauces. And it's actually quite good. Is it better than yours? I don't think you'd give him the satisfaction of telling him. But it's pretty
No.
dang good.
Gideon will take the first bite of it, nod a little. It's alright, I guess. He walks away. No, I'm kidding. No, he says. He just looks at him and he goes, "Well done," and he walks away.
Well done. I fucking quit. No, just kidding. Yeah. Right. Fantastic. Also, brilliant descriptions there, Gideon. Anything dessert?
I did not prep a dessert.
Nell, did you prep a dessert?
Oh my god, Ryan, you're putting me on the hook here for fucking dessert. I don't think about that.
Look, you know how long it took me to prep that meal list?
Yeah, that's fair. It was fairly impressive.
I had to look up pairings and things that go with what. So.
I feel like because you made such a good, like, heavy meal, I'm just being like lighter, like a pavlova or something with like fresh fruit. Pomegranate, but not from the fucking cursed bean pomegranate tree.
Oh, you're getting cursed pomegranate.
Nope. Absolutely not.
tiny
Or
time.
peas.
Where else are you finding pomegranate?
I don't fucking know. Whatever.
It's
I
a
don't know how
gamble.
zest works. Okay, so fuck the pomegranates then, because I'm not fucking
No,
around because
it's too
I've
late.
been no, I've been
Zest-
fucked too many times before.
Zest
No,
is planting
it's
a bean.
berries. It's berries.
Zest is planting a bee.
God damn it.
In your dessert.
Oh god.
Have a magic bite.
Are you
Cool.
familiar with a bean pudding? Wonderful.
I like if I get syrup, I slap it off the table. Absolutely not.
Oh, fantastic. So, what you described, minus the pomegranate. Edmund whips up fast, kind of in... Knowing that Gideon had prepped what he'd prepped, he's like, well, they need a dessert. Well, he does that too.
Yeah. Thanks, Zest.
Ryan, can I have you roll a d20 with your proficiency?
Am I rolling for me or for him?
You're rolling for you. I'm rolling for him.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Oh my god.
Hui! 17.
Now, knowing, not that you have to bring this up with Naivara, but knowing the components that were made by which chef, you know you can rely on Gideon to make you a wonderful meal. He's done it over and over again. But there's something about a chef who has like 20 more years of experience where it's just like, wow. It's also as good, not only slightly better. With an 18.
Fuck you, Zest. Somebody give me guidance, bro.
I would.
Sorry, guidance is at the theater.
No!
I feel like I would interpret that in the opposite way in terms of like Gideon is pretty much as good as like a professional chef.
That you can totally twist it like that.
That is what Nell will do. You don't put your nasty thoughts into my mind.
Nasty thoughts.
No, I would never discredit. Gideon put so much fucking work. I would always just be like, wow, like Gideon really crushed
Listen,
it. I guess Zest could step his game up because like, shouldn't he be even better? Just saying.
Listen, I just had to reflect what the numbers were saying. I'm glad you added your personal spin.
Yeah.
All right. What does the rest of that day look like?
Stoked.
Nice.
Yeah, after dessert, that is when I'd be like, I do get the feeling that maybe I went a little bit overboard, and I do apologize for that. I do unfortunately have like just one more thing, if that's okay.
What could you possibly add to all this?
Well, so that base that I showed you, I ended up selling, unfortunately. It was just, it didn't really feel like me. It's kind of, it was a bit intense, a bit much, but I still wanted to learn how to play something. I don't know, it felt like it'd be meaningful for you. So, and then I'll go over to where the students had set up, and I'll grab my violin, and I'll take it out, and I will be like, I'm pretty fresh. I've been practicing for a couple of 10 days, but just be kind. Not that I think you wouldn't be, but I'm just anyway.
A couple of 10 days.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyways.
I'd love to hear it.
Okay. So yeah, Nell tries to like center herself.
Anyway, here's Wonderwall, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, but she will just try to like get into a stage. She probably won't really be looking at like Naivara at all because I feel like it would throw her off. But yeah, she'll start playing the song that she's been practicing the last week. So
Take us on a journey. What is that song like?
I knew you were gonna ask me that, and I didn't prep at all. I think it's kind of like wistful. Like, I can't really describe it in music terms, but I'll describe it in a different like nerdy way. Like
Sure.
the feeling at the end of Lord of the Rings when like they come back to their town, but it's different because they've changed, and it's kind of like that bitter sweet feeling, kind of like they've saved it, but it's not for them anymore. It's kind of like that sort of feeling of like there's a bit of like longing there, like a feeling of like reaching for something that you just can't quite grasp, that sort of energy. But I think it will end on a bit more of like a positive, like uplift, like a feeling of hope.
Can I have you make a performance check? Add your proficiency because you're proficient with the violin. So this is technically not a performance check. This is a violin charisma-based check with proficiency. And I'm going to give you advantage because that description was wonderful.
Oh my god. Okay, wait. I always get so confused during these. So I currently already have a +4 to performance. Am I adding an additional +4?
Are you currently proficient in performance?
No.
Then add 4 to your performance check.
Oh my god. So stressed. Are they only adding 4, or I'm adding 4 on top of?
Roll the dice, add 8.
Okay, that's actually better than 18.
You've sped through a curriculum over the course of 2 weeks. But you've been given the groundwork. And hey, it's not sounding so bad. Like, there might be a little, like,
Sweet.
you know, squeak on the string every once in a while, but like, given a bit more time to practice your technique, this is a really beautiful piece that you've come up. The composition is solid. It's just the technique needs a little more practice.
I think that's all I could really ask for ultimately. So it doesn't come out super screechy, and for me that's a win. So
Yeah. That was absolutely wonderful.
thank you.
Yeah,
That
okay.
was terrifying.
So there's no possible way anything else is getting added on top of this, right? Because that was like everything.
I'm truly out of ideas. I guess maybe a smart person would have like spread that out or something. I just didn't really know how
She
to do this. So
Gets up and gives you a hug. Just like hugs you so tight.
Nell like take some deep breaths.
And she is a head or two shorter than you are too, so.
Yeah.
She's wee itty bitty.
Well, thank you for coming to this. Yeah.
I would like to do this again.
Me too. That would be great.
You don't have to go so hard. We'll just keep it
I
easy.
think I could probably do like maybe like a 10th of this, and that would be fine.
Also, I'm excited to see when everyone else adds their bricks to your room now too. Seeing as though we started that.
Yeah, I think that'll be a good tradition. And maybe next time I'll have like a rug or something crazy like that. So
We'll decorate your room.
sounds good.
As
If it's like starting to get darker, I'll be like, I want to get you home before things get uncomfortable for you. So I have kind of an expedient way if that's good for you.
oh, that great. This has been amazing.
Yeah.
And next time, maybe one of these days, I will get to Ballon Bridge.
I think you will.
Right. All right. So what do we got to do?
All right. So I need you to close your eyes and then just think really hard about where you want to go.
You're messing with me, right?
I mean, you can think about it and the image will appear in your mind, but we will then have to walk back downstairs and hop into the teleportation circle.
Oh, you're so funny. Wow, talented and hilarious.
Well, next time you can show off. I've never heard you play yet, and I would really love to. So,
Make an insight check for me.
I'm using my fucking inspiration. Okay, god awful. Only a 13. Do I use frickin' Tides of Chaos or whatever the hell? No, I don't want to fireball her. I don't want to fireball her.
Chaos Flux.
Chaos.
No. If I ruin this day with a fireball, I'll be pissed. So.
Quick, somebody in chat, give us a safe wild magic.
No.
Well, she gestures through the hatch that is at the top of the tower. Milady.
Thank you. I now blushes fully copper, like cheek to ears.
Johnnymus redeemed safe wild magic.
No. Okay, do I at least get to then use Tides of Chaos?
I mean,
Why is it just happening to me?
if you use Chaos Flux, it's going to be the dangerous one.
Okay, then no, fine. Just fucking roll.
I need you to roll a D100 for me.
Yeah. Chat, I'm coming for you.
Johnnymus got my
30,
back.
34. If I turn into a plant right now, I'm gonna be so mad.
Potted plant. Potted plant.
Team.
Oh. All right. She says, "Milady, you flush copper, and you head down."
Mm-hmm. I attempt to, I presume.
Yeah, you head down the stairs. Do you say anything to Naivara as you guys make your way down to the basement and ask Elowen to escort her home?
Oh, for sure. I say something really romantic. And I'm not going to bother actually saying. So I assume there's no point.
So whatever you said to her that was really romantic comes out normally. Like, you two had a great time, yada yada. It's very cute. Whatever it was that was said, that will forever remain a mystery now because you refuse to actually put it into words. And the two of you make your way down to the lower level where Elwyn is residing in the study. Elwyn, the two ladies show up.
I've like drawn out most of the circle already. So when you show up, I'm just like, oh, are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I was thinking, Nell, you should try to meet up with Draq and Azaria maybe to come back. I assume you're going.
Yes, I'll do that.
I can
I don't know
finish
how this
the
works.
circle then.
This will take you to the south campus, if that works for you.
Oh yeah, no, that's totally fine. Thank you.
Unless there's another sigil sequence you know that's closer to where you need to be.
I don't even know what that means.
Great, I will take you to the south campus.
Okay.
I'll just finish this and then it'll glow. You can step on it. The two of you will be off.
Thank you, Elwyn.
Thank you.
Of course.
I'll finish it up then.
And the circle alights, creating this circular wall of light that shoots upward toward the ceiling. And it's just a matter of stepping into it. And Naivara looks to you, Nell.
I'll grab her hand and run through.
And the two of them dash into the wall of light. And it fades away. In Brulbar, Azaria and Draq, the two of you have gone to the theater, and the show that happens to be on this evening is something of a elven legend inspired piece. It's an opera. It's what most would consider a tragedy. It's Elwyn. This story is also one that you came across in your learning of wizards and the spells that make miracles happen. But the version that Azaria and Draq get is much more musical. It is the story of a renowned hunter who was able to hunt every creature in their land and possessed a trophy of every kind. Until one day there was eventually a creature that moved into the territory, a ferocious dragon that haunted the hunter, that knew it could not take him. And the two of them feuded over this territory that the hunter had occupied. And eventually there came a point where the dragon, in spite of the hunter, started to deplete the animal population for the sport, spoiling his livelihood and his food source. And to save himself from these cruel actions, this hunter went to a wizard that he had heard tale of, had to travel far to get to this individual, and asked if this wizard could conjure him the strongest hunter's bow in the world in order to slay this dragon. And so the wizard did. And forth he drew this beautiful bow of such beauty and just emanating with magic. Magic befitting one to slay dragons. And so when the hunter returned to his home, which had nearly been destroyed, the two engaged in terrible combat. But he was able to slay the dragon with arrows of light. But the hunter would never enjoy their peace. For soon after, they were confronted by a Knock Fae, which many know as the Lord of the Hunt. there to reclaim the bow that was rightfully his. And so the hunter became the hunted. And that's where that story ended. Now, you bring Naivara to the South Campus, and what is your plan? Are you going to take her right to her home, or are you going to let her go on her own and try and find Draq and Azaria?
I would leave that up to her, I think. Obviously, I would love to be chivalrous and walk her home, but I also feel like that might be kind of more like might draw more attention to her when she's trying to like. So, yeah, I would just ask, like, I'm happy to walk you home, but I don't want to, I don't make it
Perhaps we can go most of the way.
Sure, that sounds good. Whereabouts in the city are the guys? Like, where did the other two go?
Oh god, trying to picture the map in my head. The district left of. Oh, it's like directly below the North Campus.
Okay, cool.
I can't remember the name of the district.
Gaudium Lane?
Gaudium.
Gaudium Lane, that's it.
Cool. Alrighty. Yep, I'll walk with her as long as she's comfortable with that.
So, the two of you head northward toward her home in the northern end of the city. And there comes a point where, pretty much at the intersection, leading up to the central area of the city, that she's like, I should probably go the rest of the way from here.
Well, thank you again for coming to the keep. I look forward to the next time we do something. So.
Me too. She quickly kisses you on the cheek and takes off.
Nell just watch her, and the moment she's out of eyesight, just collapse against like a wall or something. Yeah.
Ah, wall. You're not upright.
Then after like 5 minutes of crisis, I'll throw a coin in the air to rickshaw my way to the train station, I guess. To wait, I suppose.
Sure. You rickshaw your way back around toward the train station, and Draq and Azaria, the two of you, get out of your showing. What an interesting time. However, I'm sure there's some, I'm sure you've got some choice words about the portrayal of dragons in that show, but the society we live in, you know. Anyway, the two of you begin making your way back toward the train station to return home. As you do. As you're passing through the Grand Market District, you notice a lot of guards running up into the Middle District.
Could we
Now,
keep distance?
from where you are too, you also notice that guards are being sent that way too.
The Middle District isn't like where I don't have the map open.
Yeah, I also don't have the map open. I should have the
Where
map
the
open
learned
so I can
are.
describe this. Yes.
Cloud Reacher Heights.
Cloud Reacher Heights.
Pull one, grab the attention of a guard and say, "What's going on?"
I'm told there's been an incident. Do not concern yourself, citizen. And they carry on.
Rosario, what do we do?
Keep a distance, but I think we need to see what's up.
Okay. Should I message someone?
For the sake of like ease, we would have discussed like when we were on the train up that I would drop her off and maybe like it would be safer to wait for you guys there.
Nell, Alwyn afterwards if you have two. Maybe Nell, and then if we feel like we need everyone here, Alwyn.
Okay, sure. I'll send a message to Nell. Nell, there's something happening at Cloud Reacher Heights. Guards everywhere. I feel like we should investigate.
I see it too. I'm on the east side.
West side.
West side. I'm
Where
a
the trains
liar.
are.
I don't. Oh yeah, I'm on the west side, closer to the trains.
You guys aren't actually too far apart. Like, yeah, you're near the landing district. They're at number 15, essentially.
Okay. I can send one more message, Azaria, if you want.
Let's wait. So if
Okay.
we need everyone here, Alwyn can do that.
Alright. I guess we'll move closer to the action, but not like get so close that we run into like a barricade or something.
Yeah, like
Unless we need to.
nice safe distance, just to see what's up.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you guys begin to make your way up, but not too close, Cloud Reacher District seems like most of the action is around the Hall of the Learned. And there are quite a few guards and Arturian knights out and about. And there are a few stationed up at the west, the top of the west ramp. And one of them says to the two of you as you come up, "Well, hold up. Nope, nobody's coming in here right now." The other guy says to him, "Oh, these are the big guys."
We do work for the Learned Circle.
Do you have identification? I can't just let anybody in.
Pull
I
out the
think it was
badge.
like yeah.
Okay. My apologies. So,
Fine. We just want to help if we can.
well, I don't think there's going to be any of that at the moment.
Well, what's happening?
The Armadon is under arrest for the death of Hillipro.
Gosh.
And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. Oh, with one final detail. Written in the sky. A single sentence of romantic words. Whispered from one Nell to Naivara.
You.
That's so embarrassing. Oh my god. You know Draq and Azaria know exactly what that is.
Yeah.
Barely
sure.
visible on the night sky.
Jonas!
As such, I think I already know what the name of this episode's going to be because that was too funny when I wrote that down.
Oh my goodness. Now I think I have to freaking clarify whatever it was I said.
No, it's forever a mystery that we will never ever know.
Oh. Great.
Well, happy 2 years and happy 50th episode of Play Dicely, everybody.
Happy 50.
Wow. I'm so
Holy.
stressed.
Yeah, I was like,
All
this is
right.
a nice, calm episode.
All right,
you know?
looks like doppelganger problem solved.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
break
we
our
can-
boy out.
Yeah,
Boy.
hopefully.
Our Armadon. We gotta fight for his.
Unless
I knew he was ride or die, man.
Unless tinfoil hat.
Oh, we've always got to have
Un-
those.
it on.
Unprecedented. This is crazy.
He works for Draq. He was cutting up a loose end.
my
Oh,
frickin'
shit.
Interesting
Okay.
idea.
I trust him, but like, oh, there's that part of me that he doesn't let us trust anyone.
Yeah.
That is
true.
correct. Yeah.
I didn't know the plan was for you guys to freaking tell him everything. I thought you were just gonna like check the vibe, but you're like, oh, we have the bird, blah blah blah. And I was like, what are you doing?
Oh no, I needed him to believe us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally all we had was the bird, so.
Yeah.
Holy shit, I'm so stressed.
I think we need to break him out.
We're gonna
let's
fucking lose the keep right after we got it. I just got that brick painted, team.
No, we're gonna
we're gonna buy a rug together.
We're gonna talk on his behalf. We're gonna talk on his behalf.
We'll figure it out, gang.
We're gonna lawyer him.
I've got an idea.
Next time on Play Dice.
God damn it, I also realized that so many of the social links I just posted are out of date. They're all
they
still
sure are.
Dicely channel.
Yep. That's okay.
Fuck. Well,
We'll fix it in post.
sure. There's a real one, and here's a real one for Discord. Come join us in Discord and on YouTube, where all the VODs go. Let's see. As mentioned at the start of the stream, our schedule is probably going to get a little bit wonkity, so bear with us as we figure out our times to continue playing. I might be joining a streamed one-shot next weekend on a Saturday, but I have not been given the details of that or if it'll actually be streamed or not. So I will continue to update you on the socials if that's going to be the case. Lovely friend Soko, who has been on our podcast when we were doing that, is DMing his first game. So that very well might get streamed.
Fun.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And to do it streamed too. Oh,
Yeah.
bravely.
Yeah,
If you're gonna
that
do
would
it,
Provided.
do it all the way.
Yeah. Well, that is yes, Jonamus, that is happening. Again, I don't know if we're gonna end up streaming it or not, but there's talks of possibly doing that. Right, and all right, let's get this crew out of their costumes because I'm sure most the men at least are very hot in their suits.
I'm actually feeling like real fine.
I'm
Oh well,
surprising.
you look real fine.
My room cooled down as night came, so I'm good.
I'm
Literally,
vibing.
team, I can't lift up my arms because I've sweat so much. Like,
That has
the
nothing to
black
do with the heat.
jacket is
Yeah.
hiding any sweat
That's
that
what
has
the
gone through my
jacket's
shirt.
for.
a jacket. That's on me.
Thank you everybody for a wonderful 2 years. Thank you to my cast for a wonderful story and for going through the torment I put you through every 2 weeks.
Welcome.
I adore you immensely. And
We
sorry.
adore you.
Yeah, right
Yes,
back
sir.
at you.
Yeah,
Thank
like,
you.
Thank you for having all of us for these 2 years.
Yeah. For weaving
being
this
the
story.
Nick Fury to this Avengers.
Yeah. Thanks for not being sick of us.
Yeah, true. All of
Never.
our shenanigans. But yeah, thank you, Denny. You put so much work into this, and I love every second, even when it's torment. So, thank you.
Especially.
favorite
when
part.
it's torment.
We're all a bunch of masochists here, so it works out.
But also, Tears of the Kingdom just came out, and I want to stream some of that, so that'll probably happen soon. Anyway, let's get out of here. Until next time, may you stay happy, stay kind, and as always, play Dicely as I figure out who we're gonna go raid. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.